Počinjemo program za nekih 30 sekundi, pa bih vas zamolila ako možete da zauzmete mesta. Hvala vam. Dragi prijatelji, dobrodošli na Srpski forum.
Dear friends, welcome on the Serbian Internet Governance Forum. I come from the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry. It's the third time we've been host to this event. The talks about internet governance are quite elderly, if I may say so. We've been talking about that in Serbia for quite a while. If you want to listen to the interpretation, you can take the equipment on the registration desk. For all of you who've been here for the first time in the IGF, what is it? It is the international arena for the discussion and the development of the internet governance. It's not a body that makes decision, but it does articulate problems, envisage solutions in order to see how the international, national and regional policies can be shaped. We cooperate, of course, with governments and different organizations, Serbian National Internet Domain Registry and IGF aims to see what international objectives are. It's the mutual incentive coming from the Ministry of Telecommunication and with strategies until 2025. Ministry of Telecommunication, Diplo Foundation, the company Grenci, the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, Commissioner for Protection of Equality and Cyber Security are involved. I would like to ask now Mr. Dan Djukic, the director of the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry Foundation, to say a few words. Thank you. Welcome to the third IGF Serbian Forum of Internet Governance. We've been making efforts for quite a while now. We are an organization that governs the national infrastructure of paramount importance. We manage the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry.rs. We develop regulations and its implementation on the local level. Besides general things that we monitor, there are a number of practical things that you will be able to hear later, and it will be especially interesting for national internet domains. A number of associations dealing with internet domain and infrastructure have been dealing about. In this multi-stakeholder domain, we've been striving to develop national policies and to harmonize them with the global ones. Of course, we need to expand knowledge and talk about everything that's been going on in the international arena. I hope that this program will be interesting for you. Thank you for your attention and enjoy.
Thank you. And the representatives of UNDP have participated in the preparation of this event as in previous years. So I would like to ask Mr. Jakub Berisha, the standing representative of UNDP in Serbia. Mr. Berish, well, take the floor.
I guess either one. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. We wanted to join, and colleagues were discussing what to discuss in terms of why UNDP should be in this kind of a forum. And they decided, which I agree, that of course digital development in general, digital policies in general are critical for sustainable development. Globally, there are reports that already suggest that. And of course in Serbia, that also has a particular meaning. We have been here working with the counterparts since 2017, when actually digital agenda has been an emerging topic and increased investment for especially government. We saw that as critically important, and we decided to partner to support in the best possible way that we can. So that's the general understanding and premise in which we see this kind of a forum as important also to have that conversation that for us, what we discuss as digital development, we see as important for sustainable development in the country. There are global reports of the UN also suggesting that actually 70% of the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, overlap with what can be associated with digital and digital progress. So that's number one. But we also have an understanding that, especially in Serbia context, but in most contexts, it is twin transitions that actually green also should be taken into consideration, where those twin transitions then actually have multiplier effect on sustainable development. So there is tendency, generally speaking, that, okay, there is digital transition, and then there is green transition, and the people who work on both are not necessarily the same people. Generally speaking, experts, technical experts are from two different communities also. When you talk to someone who works on the green, usually have, I wouldn't say minimal understanding, but of course, naturally speaking, less understanding of how digital can help in the green transition and vice versa. So actually I'm coming here with that overall main message for us also internally, that these twin transitions, they are interconnected and they are critically important for sustainable development. So I'm saying that because as digital technologies such as AI, Internet of Things, remote sensing are crucial for example, managing renewable energy, improving sustainable agricultural practices, smart cities, circular economy models, which are usually green transition topics. But underlying point about that is actually digital transition. And then, of course, when you talk about digital, there are a lot of considerations that are important in terms of, for example, what it means for energy and resource demands that digital transition actually imposes on all of us. So we need to continuously green the digital transformation itself, and while digital transformation can help on the green transition itself. So that's why, as UNDP, we actually try to have an increasing focus. I'm not saying we are there. It's also new for international organizations that focusing on a future to create more synergies between green and digital initiatives to enhance the impact of sustainable and human development. There are very specific ways in which we can put in use digital as well as green in how you transform, utilize technology, for example, how you work with data and make them available for citizens, make transparency at the core of how you treat the data with more digital technology so that you increase availability of data and its uses for the citizens. That in turn supports engagement of citizens, have more informed understanding about what the policies are, and hopefully the engagement in the end that can inform the policies in much better ways. All these also work to support on improving the resilience of the buildings to shocks and disasters, and there are many examples where actually data being at the heart of being able to have policies that actually you can prevent your or better prepared the disasters that may yet to happen, and we saw the examples in the past as well. It's about the skills. Both green and digital are about new economies. It's a knowledge-based economic transformation we are talking about, where skills of the future being at the heart, but digital and the green transitions are shaping the demand and how and what they may be. And countries need to have focused attention on what the policies could be to invest in those as well. And of course, you need to put the finances in place, and we have a particular focus on what financing means. And when you look at green and digital transition together, when you look at the policies as such on how to support it, how you manage the finances to invest in particular ways becomes critically important. So the technology, human capital, and the finance become the three levers in supporting the digital and green transition. So digital and green transition combined together, thinking together, allows us to think differently about what we understand from technology, what we understand from skills, and what we understand about our own finances as government, as institutions, and as generally society. So as I mentioned, UNDP in the past decade has been supporting Serbian government and the broader ecosystem in both transitions. And for us, it's an increasingly important focus on blending the green and digital initiatives. You may know, you may not know, but we have been engaged in building the data center in Kragujevac. But while building it, for example, our focus has been, just as an example of how they are interrelated, on energy efficiency as one of the key goals in the design process of it. We have been working with companies. Over 100 Serbian public and private companies we have supported in different ways on green transition. Is the other team that normally we have, that normally don't mix, but in these examples, it is actually those examples where they come together. Digital solutions playing an essential role by saving energy and resources in the investments that these companies propose, while positively impacting environment and citizens' well-being using digital solutions for these. So we pay particular attention in how we support the companies in their investments to show the best cases of combining the two, generating the best results for sustainability. These are just a few, but for example, in the city of Shabac introduced SCADA, a system for smart management of district heating. It has improved energy efficiency. There are numbers there, optimized energy consumption and reduced heating costs for citizens. So something digital, important for green transition, but generating the impact for the citizens themselves directly. We also supported the Institute of Mikhailo Pupin to develop and implement a climate-smart farm. This digital solution, yet on green, which is powered by renewable energy, helps small farmers become more resilient to climate change by optimizing irrigation, soil fertilization, and pest control. And to reduce waste in production of animal leather goods, a startup is using AI to detect flows, to more accurately to detect flows and improve the usability of the leather. Just in business practice, the example shows digital helping solutions in that regard. We also support the application of the digital solutions in the broader sense. These are the company-specific pilot-based solutions, but we are also working with the government at a more general level, and I did mention the importance of resilience in terms of shocks to disasters of economy and society general. We have worked with the government counterparts on a digital climate atlas of Serbia, disaster risks registry. It is a single point of access of all kinds of data, with the help of AI, helping the decision makers understand the risks in any particular locality for businesses, for the community, and for the institutions, and help devise strategies that are important for prevention as well as preparedness of the country. So I gave just a few examples, but our work in the digital and green transitions has also taught us that technology comes with its own sets of challenges. It's not a straightforward answer. I gave you the good examples. I gave you what has been successful, but it comes with its own challenges, and it has to be a continuous attention by all the authorities, and that's why UNDP also sees it as important. While focusing on the potentials, we also work on those challenges together. So how do you connect unconnected? What does it mean? Bridging the skills gap. Yes, it does generate new jobs and opportunities, both transitions, but it doesn't come automatically. So you need to have an invested effort in reaching out to those that may not necessarily have that opportunity when it is available. So it's not available across the board at all times for all. Reducing resource and energy demand. I gave the example on when you consider something, doing something, you consider what it means for the resource and energy demand, whether it will increase, whether you can do something already by design that actually you can tackle it at the heart of the problem. Addressing ethical concerns. There are many elements of it. And enhancing security. Security, cyber security, but there are many other aspects to it also. So while the twin transitions often reinforce each other, they also bring challenges that require careful management. And my last message, of course, I'm mentioning UNDP work, but it's not only an entity, a country alone that can do all of these things. We already have been focusing on them separately, digital and green. Now together, the challenges are also interconnected, and that requires collective effort. No single country or actor can tackle all the complexities both digital and green transitions alone bring. So, of course, understandably, this is why the United Nations convened the World Summit on Information Society over 20 years ago. It led to the establishment of the Internet Governance Forum, which brings together all the diverse stakeholders to discuss governance and emerging technology issues. So we believe that it is crucial for the Serbian IGF community to actively engage in local, regional, European, global processes related to the governance of digital and green technologies. Of course, UNDP is here to help, to support. We usually take the back seat, and we support who are the ones to take the lead, whether it's the government authorities, non-government authorities, communities as such like this, to help them, to assist them, to find their best pathway that is best suited for countries like Serbia, and then we try to organize ourselves accordingly, with a focus on greater synergy between digital and the green. On that note, I wish you all the best and best of the discussions in this forum. Thanks.
Mr. Berish, thank you so much for your speech and thank you for joining us today. Ovim izlaganjem otvorili smo IGF Serbia 2024.
So we have opened the IGF 2024. In the first part of the program, we will tackle the Global Digital Compact, WSIS20 plus, IGF 20 plus review, and some other processes that are taking the backseat while we are discussing this. The best person that can introduce these topics is Mr. Changatai Masango, from the Secretariat of the Internet Governance Forum of the United Nations. I hope he is online because he is unfortunately unable to join us live. So,
I would like to say the floor is yours, but in this particular case, the screen is yours. I truly hope you'll be able to join us here in Belgrade for IGF 2025. Meanwhile, we look forward to your keynote today and regards from Belgrade.
Thank you very much. And yes, unfortunately, I could not be there. Belgrade is one of my favorite places, actually, to visit. I was there, if it's not last year, the year before that, and I would definitely make an extra effort to come next year for the IGF 2025. So this morning, I was just asked to do an overview of what's happening in the UN sphere as far as digital is concerned, and also the key events. So I'll just get right to it, and thank you very much for inviting me. As you know, that this year is a very important year as far as the global digital landscape is concerned for digital policy. And there's various efforts underway, and these include the Summit of the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and we're about to kick off the WSIS20 review process. And also in December, we're going to have the IGF 2024. So let me just say a few words about those. So for the Summit of the Future, this is scheduled quite soon, actually, for 22nd to 23rd of September at the UN HQ in New York City. And it's an important global event by the United Nations, and it is preceded by what they term as Action Days on the 20th to the 21st of September. The summit is prepared through international and intergovernmental stakeholder cooperation, and the lead co-facilitators for the Summit of the Future are the permanent representatives in New York of Germany and Namibia. So one person from the global north and one person from the global south. It aims to address the most challenging, the most pressing challenges facing humanity, and to shape a sustainable and inclusive future for all. The summit is designed to bring together world leaders, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector to discuss and agree on bold actions that will drive global progress across a range of critical areas, including digital governance, climate change, global security, the global financial arrangements, which people have been asking for a refresh on. The Summit of the Future represents a unique opportunity for the international community to reaffirm and strengthen multilateral cooperation in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. It is also a chance to revisit and renew global commitments to the SDGs, that's the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that no one is left behind in a push towards a better future. So for the Summit of the Future, there's three main expected outcomes, and these outcomes are still under negotiation. They're, I would say, 95% done. So it's the 5%, of course, that's always the difficult part, but there's still 2 weeks to go, and hopefully everything will be sorted out by then. So the major outcome is the Pact of the Future. And this is, again, as I said, to reaffirm global commitments on multilateralism, the principles of the UN Charter, and the shared responsibility to address global challenges, and also to address things like the climate change crisis, inequality, conflict, and ensuring a more peaceful and sustainable and global and fairer global order. And then the second thing is the Declaration on Future Generations, which focuses on ensuring that the needs and the rights of future generations are protected in global decision-making. These documents aims to integrate long-term thinking into global governance, ensuring that current policies and actions do not undermine the prospects of future generations. If you remember that song, We Didn't Start the Fire. So we must make sure that the actions that we do today do not adversely affect future generations. And then the third, which is what the IGF is mainly interested in as well, is the Global Digital Compact. And this is to establish the common principles for a secure, open, and accessible digital future, and ensuring the use of digital technologies. Its objective is to foster inclusive and equitable digital transformations addressing issues such as data governance, the digital rights, cybersecurity, access to technology, etc. And so these negotiations can have direct implications on internet governance as a whole. And this includes the IGF as well. So let me just give you a brief background on the GDC. So the United Nations Secretary General in 2021 issued a report, and that report is Our Common Agenda, which put forward clear proposals for the Global Digital Compact. Since then, initiatives serves as a roadmap for creating an open, free, secure digital future. The last great meeting that we had, of course, was WSIS, which was 20 years ago. And then it builds on the crucial groundwork from the report, from the 2019 report, for example, which was entitled The Age of Digital Interdependence, and the 2020 Roadmap for Digital Cooperation. The GDC process is led by the co-facilitators of Sweden and Zambia, which is exactly the same kind of arrangements the Summit of Future was under. So instead of Germany and Namibia, this time it's Sweden and Zambia. And they've had a lot of public consultations. They've had closed-door meetings as well. And now, as I said, the GDC is basically, if not 95, then 98% done. And I think revision 4 was just released yesterday. So part of the things is to aligning with the WSIS20 and internet governance. The compact aligns with the broader goals of the World Summit on the Information Society WSIS, as it promotes an inclusive and equitable digital transformation and is committed to maintaining an open, global, and interoperable internet. The current GDC draft addresses the IGF and national and regional and youth IGF initiatives by reaffirming their critical role in internet governance and promoting multi-stakeholder dialogue. It acknowledges the IGF as the primary global platform for discussions on internet governance, emphasizing the importance of its continued function as a multi-stakeholder forum. So I'm not just talking about the global IGF, but also the national and regional IGF, like the Serbian IGF. Your work has been noticed and it has been included. It has been referenced in the GDC. It also highlights the necessity of promoting participation from diverse stakeholders, particularly from developing countries, and ensuring that the IGF reflects a broad spectrum of voices, including governments, the private sector, civil society, and the technical community. In relation to national, regional, and youth initiatives, the GDC recognizes the importance of fostering stronger connections between and with these platforms to ensure that insights from local contexts are integrated into global internet governance discussions. It encourages cooperation to prevent the fragmentation of the internet and promotes the exchange of best practices between IGF initiatives, the global IGF, and the citizenship at large. So for the WSIS20 review, WSIS20 marks the 20th anniversary of the World Summit on the Information Society, and it offers an opportunity to assess the progress made in using information and communication technologies for development, while addressing ongoing challenges such as the digital divide, cybersecurity, digital inequality, and AI regulation, for instance. The review affirms the success of the multi-stakeholder model introduced by the WSIS main outcome document, that's the Tunis agenda, for the Information Society, which has empowered communities worldwide. Initiatives like the Serbian IGF and over 172 national, regional, and youth IGFs have brought internet governance closer to people, fostering digital literacy and engagement at the local level. WSIS20 is also closely aligned with the evolving GDC and also ensuring continuity in global digital government. It emphasizes the need for continued collaboration among governments, civil society, private sector, and the technical communities to shape a shared vision for the digital future. As digital technologies such as AI, blockchain, and Internet of Things advance, WSIS20 is crucial in setting the stage for their responsible governance. The review will ensure that technologies contribute to sustainable development and human rights in an inclusive, secure, and equitable digital environment. Now, I'll just like to say a few words on the IGF 2024 that is going to take place in Riyadh. The 19th annual IGF meeting will be hosted by the government of Saudi Arabia from the 15th to the 19th of December in 2024. And it aims to bring together thousands of stakeholders from around the globe for discussions on shaping the digital future. The forum's overarching theme, Building Our Multi-Stakeholder Digital Future, focuses on the collective efforts needed to build a sustainable, inclusive, and secure digital future through multi-stakeholder cooperation. The agenda includes over 300 sessions related to the main sub-themes, such as balancing innovation and risks in the digital space, enhancing digital contributions to peace and sustainability, advancing human rights and inclusion in the digital age, and improving internet governance. A robust, high-level track will engage global leaders across sectors, reinforcing the IGF's role in shaping inclusive and forward-looking digital governance. As the Global Digital Compact will have been adopted by then, IGF 2024 will provide an important platform to reflect on its implications and contribute to planning for the upcoming WSIS+20 review. Other opportunities await, such as bilateral meetings system, which is specifically tailored programs to engage with youth, legislators, the judiciary, business, and we also have the IGF Village, social networking opportunities, and of course, the IGF Music Night, among other things. We hope that many stakeholders from the Serbian IGF will join us in Riyadh. Unfortunately, we did have a call for travel support, but that closed last night, so we're no longer taking any more applications for that. But if you manage to get in, we will take a look at your request, and depending on the amount of money we have at the end, we do intend, though, to sponsor a lot of people from transitional and also from the Global South. And we do hope that your discussions will feed into the Riyadh IGF meeting as well. I'll stop here, and if anybody's got any questions, or if I've talked too much and you want to go to the next, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cengiz. Well, one thing is for sure, we will definitely have representatives from Serbia in Riyadh, and that's for one. And for two, I hope that we'll be able to contribute with messages from Serbia and IGF as well. As far as the questions go, mics are available at the audience. If there are any questions from Cengiz, the time to speak is now. I believe there are no questions at this point, and I didn't notice any coming online. So thank you so much for joining us today. I really hope that we'll be seeing each other live in person next year here in Belgrade, and see each other on the other events meanwhile. Thank you so much for joining us today again. Hvala još jednom.
Once again, thanks to Mr. Masango. We will keep the discussion within this frame. Mrs. Slobodan Markovic from UNDP will be the moderator of the next panel, so I would like to ask him to join me here on the stage. We have one panelist, the other is late, and the third one will join us online, but without further ado, I'd like to ask Slobodan, the master of the art, to join me. So I'd like also to ask Mr. Danko Jeftovic to join me on the stage. We're waiting for Desiree. She will come later.
I hope we have Olga. So do we have her online? Can we see her on the screen? Yes, great. Hi, Olga, do you hear us? Straight from Kiev, Olga. So, welcome to this session on the debates that Chengetai, the global debates around internet governance that Chengetai already mentioned. We'll have an opportunity now to go deeper into all of them. And I have a great pleasure to have with me today a team of people who were really, I think, even dinosaurs who were at the first World Summit in the Information Society. So have you been there, Danko? No. I mean, I've been there, so I'm one of the dinosaurs. But is there anyone in the audience who was there in Geneva or Tunisia 20 years ago? No. I mean, I said it, you know. It's the age of the dinosaurs. But, I mean, you know, we're talking about, you know, WSIS.
Slab is important.
Plus 20, yeah.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, your mic is on,
Yeah,
so we will have a
just wanted to point out that you're so important for the whole processes here and in participation of Serbia in all the intergovernance processes, because you're the original one who recognized the internet with your email list, in the beginning, if I remember, and started all of this participation that ended up in Serbian IGF being recognized in the worldwide setting by the Global Compact.
Thank you. I didn't expect this, but thanks. I think that Željka actually was back there. So once she gets here, we'll ask her about the
first to get to,
she first get here. Yeah. So we have with us Olga from joining us from Kiev today, and Olga is technical advisor in internet governance and digital rights. She works for Internews, but she's also chair of the executive committee of the Southeast Europe Dialogue on Internet Governance, and this is important because the Southeast Europe Dialogue on Internet Governance will also happen in Belgrade later this year. And she's also a MAG member, and MAG is a group of people who decides on the program of IGF each year. Danko, you were, or you are, existing?
I was a MAG member 2017 until 20, yeah. So it's a 3-year mandate.
Danko,
so it was Paris, Berlin, and virtual Katowice, Poland.
So Danko, as a former MAG member, is also vice president of the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, short for ICANN. Vice president of the Internet, someone called him that, like that.
In the US, vice president is the executive title, so I'm actually zamjenik predsjednika, so the vice chair of the board.
Yeah. Okay, so Des joined us. Des, you're right on time, so please join us here. And of course, Željka Desiree Milošević, you know, you came right to your presentation, to the announcement of your title as basically one of the founders of the Belgrade chapter of the Internet Society. And also, you're leading one of the working groups in RIPE, which is basically gathering representatives of the European intertechnical community in Europe, together with the policy representatives and debating policies. You were also MAG member. I just wanted to ask you.
I was also a dinosaur.
I wanted to ask, yes, this about the dinosaur. So you were 20 years ago in Tunisia and
Yes.
in Geneva. Yeah, great. So I'm not alone. So we have some, survivors there. So this is why I want actually to start with this discussion, because, obviously not many people here remember that time. So let's get back to 20 years ago. It sounds so ancient, just to remind you, that those were the times when we didn't have we had mobile phones, but those were not smartphones. We didn't have mobile internet. Basically internet was not mainstream back then. But the United Nations thought that it would be great to actually start discussing the various issues around internet and brought by internet. So they decided to convene this big event that happened in the World Summit on the Information Society, first in Geneva and the next year in Tunisia. So this is how this Tunisian agenda was born, and this is how IGF was born. So how did it all look like to you, Des, back then?
Well, you were there as well, but maybe our recollections may differ a little bit. I feel sorry for the audience who's going to go through this alphabet salad of WSIS to this agenda. Really, it was a new process started by the United Nations, because we then, the technical community for who I think I represent, we were doing our part of internet governance in a different shape and form. We're doing an inclusive policy decision-making process that is consensus-based, so it's very open, it's inclusive. And arriving at the WSIS phase 1, first I needed to obtain accreditation for the company that was sending me there, with a lot of details and accounting details. So there was a process. Also, there was a process for NGOs who were not members of ECOSOC, which is part of the United Nations, who could get accredited to get into the building. We had Richard Stallman, who was wearing his badge in aluminum foil so that nobody would get his private information. And we were a little bit disorientated because it was a purely intergovernmental process. So we weren't able to have a dialogue and discuss. And I think coming there as a member of technical community, it was a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I mean, my recollection of that time was, and especially when I look at it from this distance, is that actually at that time governments didn't have much knowledge of how this whole thing works. And it was a kind of a, even a cultural shock for them, having someone like Richard Stallman there, and having this kind of a clash between the open internet culture and like a very formal way how diplomacy and intergovernmental matters have been discussed for ages. So so those two worlds clashed in Geneva and Tunisia. And we ended up with a document, I think, this Tunis agenda, which is aspirational, which says a lot of things about, which we are still debating today. Connecting the unconnected, making internet secure, and making it multilingual. Of course, we made a lot of progress over the past 20 years, but this document was debated among the member states, among the government representatives. And governments were, only one, and they remain only one stakeholder, important stakeholder, but only one piece of this puzzle. But at that time, they made something really amazing, which is the IGF. And they envisioned IGF as an annual forum, which would bring all these people to discuss matters on an equal footing, right? Correct. So the first IGF forum happened in Athens in 2006, right?
2006, yes. I think it's useful to say that IGF was born out of this compromise because the governments didn't want to agree easily on the text in the Tunis agenda, which has some 72 paragraphs. And one of the main point was this multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance that's been agreed in 2005 at the second phase of the WSIS summit. So there's been a lot of debate at the time, and this is why the IGF has been born as a compromise. And the text in the Tunis agenda says that the approach to internet governance is a multi-stakeholder in nature. That means it really respects the roles of the technical community, of academia, of private sector, and governments as a stakeholder.
But this is really interesting because, you know, the natural reflex of governments is that they think that they can, you know, sort out everything, and they've been selected, or I mean, you know, in some countries not selected, but anyhow, empowered, yeah, by somehow empowered to actually, you know, like sort out everything and rule upon everything and you know, take control of everything. But now you're faced with this this global thing, which transcends borders, and you cannot actually control it. You cannot, for instance, control the protocols. You cannot control all the operators. It's too expensive for you to just cut off yourself from the internet. So you have to like let it go. And then, you know, you have questions like, you know, how do you enforce your rules on the global network? And how, if you want to improve security, for instance, you have to work with the private companies who are producers of like equipment, etc. So at which point do you think that, you know, this realization clicked upon the governments, that they really are one of the stakeholders and they just really need to like embrace this like multi-stakeholder approach if, I mean, they want to do anything useful?
Well, I don't know if the time is clicked. I think they were aware of the fact that no single stakeholder could do everything, that you need the private sector to build infrastructure, that you need technical community, especially these non-for-profit organizations that deal with critical resources like Danko is at ICANN or the 5 regional RRIs. Which are responsible for this functionality, interoperability of the global internet. I think they had realized there are these organizations that are running part of it. So I think it was more, you know, an admittance, and that has happened during the WSIS. We did take a stock of what the internet governance subjects are, and there was a working group on internet governance which helped, you know, prepare everyone and did some capacity building among public sector and the member states during the WSIS phase to say, yes, there is a role for the technical community, there is a role for the civil society, the academic community, and the private sector as well.
So the IGF was envisioned as like an annual flagship UN event that would take place each time in a different country, on different continents as well. And there was a group of, a global group of some 50 plus experts selected, which is called the MAG, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, which actually builds a program of each IGF. And IGF is actually founded on this premise that you will gather all different stakeholders and make it completely open to anyone to appear there, to participate there on an equal footing, knowing that, you know, there will be no binding decisions in the end. So where do you think is a value in IGF? I mean, we had IGF and we had basically these like talking shops for 20 years. So where do you see value in this?
Well, as a previous member and advisor to the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group chair, I think I was really fortunate to be there at the very beginning, 2006 and 2009, to shape this annual program. And what I think the IGF, among many other things like capacity building and openness and inclusivity, is decision shaping but also identifying these emerging issues. So the IGF is really good because anyone could come in and bring an issue, a policy issue, whether that is in their part of the world or whether it's something that's affecting the internet globally and how it's managed. So I think that there are many values, but identifying issues and doing this, if you like, preparatory decision policy shaping, when the stakeholders come back from the IGF, that they can bring this information back into OECD or other organizations and then see how they're going to form their policy and if there is any effect.
Yeah, and how this policy is going to maybe function outside of, their borders or mandate. Yeah, because you have, all of us have some idea on how some things could be or should be regulated, but IGF is a really great place to get your snowman destroyed. I don't know it's not appropriate phrase in English. How would you say in English? To destroy your illusions, right? About how some things work, yeah. So something like that. So you go there and you can have your ideas tested. If something works, if something passes this test of...
It's a great opportunity to actually bring your own arguments. So civil society will have different arguments than the governments. Private sector may have different interests and arguments. And then the technical community also has their arguments, and academia brings also a lot of rationale and good thinking to the table. So it's becoming more effective to learn how other parts of society think about a certain issue, whether it's a content or whether it's fake disinformation, or whether it's what's needed to improve the access of the security, what's need to be more inclusive in terms of gender and so on. So this multiple views is what making then a decision and easier to accept, because there's already a process, an in-buying process when you're discussing it, ideally.
Yeah, I want to move on to maybe getting perspectives from all of you about how you think this debate around internet governance at the IGF evolved over the years, because it started with governments, member states of the United Nations, wanting to get a grip on the internet and see how those issues could be governed, and there are multiple issues which come with the internet. It's not only access, it's also content, it's also competition, and then there's privacy and emerging technologies, and the list goes on and on. And so I wrote some of the topics that came to my mind. So one of the first things which were on the agenda were managing those core internet resources globally, how domain names are assigned, how IP addresses are assigned as scarce resources. So that was the purview of ICANN and the regional registries. And then governments realized, we've been doing this through ITU for hundreds of years, who are you to assign IP addresses? So those were that was one of the issues. The second one was access, of course, how to ensure that everybody can have access to the internet actually, and what policies we should bring to allow that. Then there was a lot of this debate about privacy and security, especially, I would say, after the Snowden revelations. Before that, there was a lot of, I would say, naivety, about, that no one's monitoring our communications, And suddenly, after 2011 or 2013, it all changed. Then this constant necessity, I would say, to discuss cybersecurity, criminal acts conducted online, online fraud, and generally how do you do law enforcement in the global arena. And of course, emerging technologies, especially in the recent years with AI, but also before that with blockchain, since 2009. And of course, the never-ending story of social media, which actually evolved together with the IGF. It like, you know, the social media started when IGF was formed, and they co-evolved with all the things which were related. So the debate was, at least, you know, from my recollection, focused more on things like, you know, privacy and protection of minors. But then sometimes around 2016, 2015, it shifted to this misinformation, disinformation, influence operations, competition issues as well. So I want to have your views on how you think this whole debate evolved over the years. So do you want to start, Des, and then Danko and
I'll try and be
Olga?
very brief to move on with other things. Well, as you have said, initially the first, let's say, 5 to 10 years, the IGF mandate has been renewed after its 5 years for another 5 years, and then in 2015 for another 10 years. So therefore, in 2025, we'll have this, you know, the end of that needs to be reviewed. But these initial topics such as access, security, diversity, openness, inclusivity, enhancing multi-stakeholder cooperation were dominant on the agenda, including the critical internet resources for the 5 years, because governments, as you said, some could not agree whether one government, the US government, should have a contract with the organization non-for-profit who manages assignment of those and coordination and does global coordination. However, post-Snowden revelations and post very important process in internet governance, the transition of IANA, where the US government stepped out of its role in being directly involved with ICANN, that topic has disappeared, moved away. So I think that problem has resolved, and maybe some of the people who are going there to discuss that have then had more time to look what else is happening. So I think we have had included the social media in 2009, and it has evolved to include, as you said, some more emerging technologies such as AI. But data governance is something that has been, I think, maybe latecomer, you know, late to the discussion, which is now also having it's a key point of discussion, and of course, rightly so, because it has so many implications, the human rights aspect of it especially, which is what we are trying to do to make the, you know, the inclusive information society is something equitable to deal with power asymmetries. And so that would be the trajectory that we have built this capacity building over the last 20 years. But the other thing, how it evolved in formats, in its openness. Anyone could go and set up a dynamic coalition that belongs to the IGF. So it's basically a working group. And this working group could be set up by anyone. There are many iterations of different formats, how people get together to the IGF, the best practice initiatives on IPv6, or the next billion users was another big topic that it involved, you know, connectivity. Then we have these days we have the policy network initiatives on internet fragmentation, on climate change and policy and impact. So there's a multitude of topics and identified issues that have been brought forward during this very valuable process.
Yeah, Olga, you've been following closely this this whole debate at IGF since at least 10 years ago. So you have this like more recent overview of, you know, how the things evolved. So what would you say in this regard?
I think both you and Desiree have already captured it quite well in terms of how topics have been developing. But maybe what I can add is that the topics which are discussed at IGF, they are very much reflective of the trends and the challenges which are related to human digital rights and also digital policies and the development of technology. So this is what we see from year to year. Essentially, people are submitting those proposals which are reflective of those challenges through which they are going. And I must say that we have seen this year, and I think it's reflective from the a couple of the last years, much less sessions on the technical topics than it used to be before. And there is also this year in particular a huge interest in the topic which we are currently discussing with you during this session, which is the future of internet governance. There was a huge amount of session proposals which have been submitted this year for the global IGF on this topic. Also, there has been a lot of session proposals on AI in different shape and form, generative AI, AI ethics, AI governance, and so on. And of course, the child safety online, the digital literacy, the connectivity, access, it all still remains on the agenda because we still face these challenges in different parts of the world. But also, I believe the session proposals which are submitted, they also depend a lot on those stakeholders who wish to be engaged in the IGF. So as long as the civil society is always the most prevailing group at the IGFs, no matter whether it is national, regional, or global IGF, then obviously the concerns of the civil society are always the most overwhelming in the agenda. And I think that's one of the challenges that we face in general, because there is this disparity in terms of the balance of representation of different stakeholders, and this is also getting reflected in the agenda and in the topics and the thematic issues which we eventually choose to be discussed during these forums.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And I mean, you know, one of the things that also came consistently over the years is, you know, the necessity to think about all these representation issues and diversity issues, and actually take into account the possibilities or you know, lack of possibilities of certain actors to participate. And to actually ensure that you have this diversity of voices, that you have the gender balance, that you have the views, the balance of these different stakeholders in debates. And you're just thinking about the necessity to have as equal representation as possible. It takes a lot of energy, I think. So thank you for mentioning this. Danko, you are still with one of those, with one of the key organizations that was a focus of very much in the center in the center of this debate around, you know, how the core internet resources should be managed and who should have the, you know, the final say over it, whether the US controls it or not. I mean, that was settled, but. Tell me how from the position of ICANN this the debate looked like. It seemed to me back then, in 2004, like, you know, there was a significant push from many governments to actually take over ICANN. Like, you know, we don't need those like hippies. While, you know, how does it look today? I mean, you know, 20 years after.
So ICANN coordinates the logical structure of the internet. So in that way, it's part of technical community. And if you look at the internet, we have a kind of number of layers. We have communication networks that mobile Wi-Fi optical networks that bring the data. On top we have content, including social networks, everything now, AI. But to connect those things, we need this technical layer that is the logical infrastructure and organizational thing. So ICANN is in the middle of that logical infrastructure. To step a little bit back, you at one moment said IGF started at a moment where governments didn't fully understand how internet technically works. And I would say we are still there. So most of them still don't get it. And they still think that a top-down approach and the regulation is the thing to do. So I think this shows this tension that actually is the core of the discussions in the Internet Governance Forum. We discussed how it came to be, and we had this great presentation by Changatai about the current state of affairs, including Summit of the Future, Global Digital Compact. And for example, if you listen to Changatai's presentation, in the Summit of Future, there was, it's a multilateral thing. So it's within the United Nations systems, countries talking among themselves in basically closed room without anything else being present. So countries consult with other stakeholders, including civil society and academia, but they don't mention technical community at all. So kind of this mid-level layer that enables Internet to function is not present there. On the other hand, we have Internet Governance Forum. And as Desiree pointed out, one of the key things for the Internet Governance Forum is that it was recognized by the UN, meaning by the countries, as multi-stakeholder type of organization that includes technical communities. So this is the key. If you look back at the beginnings of the Internet, it was created by some hippies in academic environment, obviously by the support of the government funds for development of interesting ideas. But, and it grew within academic community, and the Clinton administration in the US decided to open Internet for businesses to make it connection to commercial part. So that was really important move that helped Internet grow. And that created this tension of original idea of Internet of freedom of communication and ability to use free and open protocols to connect everyone. And then this strength of Internet started to impact the society. And governments saw that and brought back this discussion in the Tunis agenda that are still there. But now Internet is so central to our lives, to our businesses, and to the society that governance as protector of usually democratically elected, but protected of public interest, do care for all these subjects we are discussing. So this tension is still there, and I think this is the key of these discussions we have. So one of the points of the Internet Governance Forum and this IGF discussion in Serbia is to discuss and see how we think about this tension. What is the level of protection of personal information, of freedom to innovate, of freedom to connect, of individual protection of individual human rights within this new context? And we see in the global geopolitical environment, there is also big tension between different countries' approach. We have countries that want a very closed internet. We have countries that support free, open, and interoperable internet. We had an example a couple of days ago in Malaysia. The Malaysian government made a ruling that all the users of internet in Malaysia must use government-provided DNS system. The DNS is the domain name system, meaning the address system on internet. So they decided it has to be controlled by the government. And then, because of the backlash of public, both in Malaysia and globally, they stepped back and said, okay, we will respect the freedom to connect. But these are the subjects that I think are very important. So, you know, if you look, Internet Governance Forum for the last 20 years, since this is just part of this huge tension and development.
Yeah. Thank you. So with this, I would like to move more into the, the ongoing debate, because in 2015, which was, again, a lot of time ago, the IGF and the IGF mandate was actually extended. It was extended for another 10 years. So it was known back then that there will be a point where we will, the UN system, will have to debate again whether we need the IGF or whether we need some other agenda. So the process of reviewing IGF and the Tunis agenda as a whole was initiated. And now we are, closing to this point next year when things will be decided, So there will be a vote, whether, IGF continues to exist, and, what do we think about the, the Tunis agenda 20 years on. So, so there's how this ongoing debate looks to you. I mean, what do you see, are now the pressing issues, and how do you see things developing leading up to this decision next year?
Well, we can certainly see that there are now new processes to follow, which are making a distraction from this focused review of the World Summit on Information Society. There are a lot of preparatory meetings leading to that review, which will take place next year in June in Geneva. The date's not published, but so we see that the governments are constantly reviewing the action points that are put in the WSIS commitment, so-called C1 and so on. So the ongoing preparatory process is going well. There is the CSTD of the also part of UNCTAD, who is having a lot of consultation with stakeholders. There is an ITU Council working group on Internet policy that is taking input about multi-stakeholderism. I think we're seeing this tension that Danko mentioned between the push for a truly multilateral versus multi-stakeholder system. So this inclusivity and openness and transparency is what is at stake. And also what we mentioned earlier is that, the WSIS review, there are many opportunities for us here to get involved in these processes, but sometimes hard to follow everything unless you're in the midst of it, like some of us are. And so we really need to have, I think, more discussion here in Serbia about the importance of this preparatory process, and what can we submit, and how do we consult with our government as well, going forward to the WSIS Plus 20 review. And the IGF is part of that review, so it's good to note that there is some support, not necessarily financial support for the IGF in the current text of the GDC. But there's all this support, additional support needed for this to continue.
Yeah, maybe you mentioned these discussions around the Global Digital Compact, which was a process initiated by the Secretary General, in a sense, in parallel to all of this. And this is what I want to ask you, Olga. How would you compare this Global Digital Compact process with the WSIS process? I mean, the Global Digital Compact is an idea, initiative centered around the idea of how, can we all collaborate better to make the internet and internet governance better. But it does look and feel different, right?
Yeah, it definitely feels different, because also the nature of the process is different. The Global Digital Compact is essentially, and the conversation around it is essentially a multilateral process in its nature, with some elements of multi-stakeholder engagement. And I also think we should realize and acknowledge that this is not possible for us to redesign every single process to be multi-stakeholder in nature, and this has been proved during this last 20 years following the WSIS, and GDC is showing that, but probably this is also the best what we could expect from the UN process. But still there have been so many flaws in this process in terms of how other stakeholders, rather than the government representatives, have been engaged, and how much say they did have in this process. I think Cengedai was mentioning earlier in his presentation that there have been, alongside the governmental consultations, also some stakeholder sessions, but still those have been very far from ideal. There has been the call for input from different stakeholders, but again, you never got feedback as to which input has been considered, in what shape and form, and which input and from whom essentially in some parts made it to the final text of the GDC, because also I work for the project, which is the Global Internet Freedom Project covering 40 countries, and we work with over 120 organizations, civil society organizations across almost every continent. So we were also soliciting the input from these organizations, and as they are the leading experts in their countries and in their regions. So we were trying to collect and unify this input and to submit for the GDC open consultations. But again, we didn't receive any follow-up, same as no one else who was doing that. It was also very challenging to follow the whole process because the timelines have been confusing. You never got any updates on time on the web page dedicated to GDC. All these revisions of the GDC text which are being adopted, they also appear on the website quite a few weeks after they have been adopted during the governmental consultations. So it's very difficult to follow this process. So if you say that this is multi-stakeholder in nature, or even with the engagement of the other stakeholders, it's not so difficult to put an effort to make it really open and clear and straightforward, because even for us, people who are part of these internet governance discussions for quite a long time, it has been quite a challenge, to go and to search on the web and to try to find among different connections that we have where these texts are circulated and what is the most recent draft. Plus, they had the rule during the consultations that you need to have the camera on, and people who were experiencing some technical difficulties and could not switch on time the camera on, they actually were losing their opportunity to speak. Also, there have been challenges with people receiving the links to join these consultations. So essentially, I can say that everyone else except for the governments was feeling pretty much excluded to be on equal footing participating in this process. But I also can say that this final text, which is the 5th revision of the Global Digital Compact, which is the most latest, it's let's say the best version of what has been discussed, and the Internet Governance Forum is getting the proper reflection and the proper recognition. And yes, I would also reiterate the point that there's remained that it's not necessarily about the financial resources, which I think is a huge challenge, because IGF could be so much more and so much better, and could support so many more stakeholders and participants to be present and equally participate in these discussions if there has been some broader fund to support this forum. So I strongly believe the IGF would be renewed for don't know for how many more years, whether it would be 5 or 10 in this short, but I think we really need to put more efforts to make IGF something a little bit more action-oriented rather than just the place for the discussion, because it has been a wonderful place for the discussion during the last 20 years. But I strongly believe this is the right moment to make this next step and to try to make sure that everything that is being discussed, or at least something that is being discussed during these forums, is actually taken into consideration by the policymakers and decision makers. And I would stop here. I can talk about this for a long time, but
No, thanks. And it's great that you mentioned these things related to transparency of the whole process and inclusivity of the whole process. It's not enough just to say, we're going to make this process like multi-stakeholder and open. I mean, you have to dedicate resources for this to actually happen, so that people can have, like responses to their submissions, or that you can have the official documents translated in many languages, or that you can have something which IGF added over the years, is like this kind of a fund to bring people to IGF who cannot afford, to travel. So, I mean, in many of the debates, these things just don't happen, So I mean, even in cases where, there's at least declarative decision to make this process open and transparent, I mean, it just doesn't happen due to lack of resources, which of course has been a constant point of debate in IGF as well. Danko, you wanted to add something?
Yes. So, Global Digital Compact in the UN speak is a synonym for contract. So the idea was to actually sign a contract in between countries to create something new. So one of the reasons for doing that was actually the IGF is a discussion forum. It does not create any binding decisions. And countries have recognized that internet is important, as we spoke. And in that way, there is drive to protect this important thing, but in the ways how countries approach, protect means control. So one of the ideas of this process was to create something that will enable countries to change IGF into something that will enable countries and the UN as intergovernmental organization to control the internet processes. And in fact, all of this process was also connected to the mandate and legacy of the current UN Secretary General. So these are the process that started the discussions about the Global Digital Compact, but as Olga pointed out, it has evolved in actually quite positive way. So the process was not ideal with the participation point of view and how discussion grew, but the result in the current iterations of the document, and Jagate said that we just received version 4, so I read version 3. 5, yeah, that is more in the details of the process, but the process is recognizing the importance on one global unifying secure internet, and this is still the remains internet as we see it. One of the developments that is also very important is the rise of the discussions on AI. So this was now kind of more important area of discussions for the UN in general and the summit for the future than the internet in a way. So IGF is remaining as an important vehicle. It is remaining as a discussion platform, and we can expect it to grow in strength. So all in all, I thought that GDC started with kind of from one side of this tension, and now it's coming into middle into something that is useful for the future of the one internet.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about one internet is, many people take it for granted, because especially in a wider context, especially around the UN and, the global things, like you have this rising multipolar tensions, rising Eastern-Western rift. You have a lot of these kind of tensions, and you have competing visions, I mean, there are some people who don't want to see one and open and secure internet, I mean, they want to see fragmented internet, which they can disconnect from or disconnect it whenever they want. So having a global document where you actually have a consensus on one global internet is an achievement, I would say, if it happens. So for the past 20 years, we have at a global level, somehow by rough consensus, I would say, maintained this vision. And I think that it's not, for granted that it will just move on its own. I mean, we have to maintain it. So we have to make a conscious effort to maintain this vision. But do you see something significant changing next year? I mean, is there a danger that IGF is just going to be voted down or closed? Or do you see anything on the horizon, Des?
Yeah, it's hard to talk about the future, especially make predictions. So,
in technology, of course, yeah, of course.
But certainly these tensions that we are seeing, as you have mentioned as well, that there are governments who would like to take more control and therefore amend the text, maybe to avoid some commitment to the way how these commitments should be based in the international human rights law and so on. Just to give one example, to avoid violations and to have more control. At the end of the day, they legislate in their own country. But what we're talking about here is the internet governance, as how the internet is shaped and managed globally. And I think this is why more cooperation is a good thing, as you pointed out. This revision, the silence has been broken on the text of the revision 4, so there isn't a final revision 5, but the letter is being sent to the Secretary General to deal with these disagreements that currently exist. You have the big chunks of people participating in this process, like G77 countries and China. You have the more Western-orientated countries. There's a diversity of approaches as well, whilst the Western-orientated countries, I would say, are really looking for more capacity building and upskilling. Maybe some developing countries are looking for affordability of the internet access. And this document has tried to put a lot of pledges and commitments in trying to close the digital divide. But it also deals with, it's an enormously ambitious document, tries to deal with the governance of AI at the United Nations level. There is an advisory body, yes, but they also want another support office there. So we can see that there is a lot going on in flux, and this is why these processes are very important, because they're going to shape the communication, the global communication. And to Danko's point, there is a merit in having the IGF as a discussion forum, so that it is not final, where you can discuss freely and openly of what's wrong or what could be better or who pays when things are broken and who decides. So we need to keep that discussion forum, definitely. But also there is this tendency that people are realizing that multi-stakeholder process is something that will impact the multilateral, and there should be a reform as well in these internet multilateral processes, because especially the technical community would think they would need to have a seat at the table when these negotiations happen, because the technical community is, essential to explain how the internet is governed, because in terms of its scale, adoption, and security. So there's a lot of changes that I see forthcoming, but we need to stay optimistic and at the same time be very, very cautious about the danger of these new parallel processes that are being sprung in the New York UN headquarters and the Tech Envoy's office.
Yeah, I don't want even to start about, this like internal UN quarreling, which agency is gonna
We're talking about rivalry.
Yeah, I don't want to go there, for my own private reasons as well. Just joking. Olga, what do you think is in store for internet governance and IGF looking forward? What do you expect? What do you hope for?
I believe there is still a lot of coordination to happen in the coming months and the next year because of these different processes. But I think it's a good sign already that the GDC refers to the importance of the IGF as a discussion forum. So I believe if there was no intent by the governments to prolong and to renew the mandate of the IGF, they would not be putting this provision into the newly agreed upon document. So I think IGF has the future. It would just depend what kind of future it would be. And again, this is probably depends a lot about what will be happening in the nearest months, how much different stakeholders will be engaging in these consultations, because For example, currently there is the recently launched and ongoing survey by the ITU Council Working Group on WSIS and SDGs. So essentially, anyone can fill this survey until the end of January next year and reflect on the implementation of WSIS action lines and also on how the future should be shaped for internet governance, the future of IGF, but also how much ITU has been efficient in running this process. So I think. There are ways for all of us to engage. It just depends on how well coordinated we all will be, and whether even the representatives of the same stakeholder group, whether they will be able to deliver some concise messages. Because again, when we say governments or private sector or civil society as a stakeholder group, this is not a monogamous group. This is a very diverse community, and even within the civil society, different representatives and organizations can have very different opinions. So I believe this is the very right time to unite on positions and to try to work all together to reach some consensus in terms how to the best extent possible to coordinate these different processes coming from the WSIS Plus 20 review, from the Global Digital Compact. And it's much better to find at this point before it's written kind of in stone how this should be happening. There is still now this window of opportunity to agree on how to shape these processes and how to coordinate them. Because if we will end up at a point where there will be just different parallel processes happening, this would be the fragmentation of the discussion, which can subsequently lead to the fragmentation of the policy development, and this is something which we all want to avoid.
Thank you. Yeah, Des.
I think that's a very important thing that Olga just mentioned, is continuation and coordination of discussions, so that we do not have fragmentation between different bodies discussing it. I think it's been suggested that the Internet Governance Forum be the place where the GDC commitments are monitored and looked at, so that would be a new task. So regardless, these processes need to evolve and shape. So completely agree with that statement.
Danko, you also wanted to say, but I want to comment on this, but I also want to ask you about your, what do you hope for the future?
I'm an optimist. I think internet will be fine. These tensions will continue, and we see them in a lot of places. For example, in European Union is supporting multi-stakeholder approach. But on the other hand, the European Union has managed to regulate itself out of the technological competition. But now we send it's moving again back with the Draghi report because of the influence of the internet on the economics. So European Union is recognizing that is regulating too much and should support the freedom of innovation. And that freedom of the innovation is key to the internet. We see that IGF is evolving. I think this year's meeting in Riyadh is very important because it's also opening these discussions to and showing its importance to another set of countries. We had IGF in Paris opened by President Macron, in Berlin by Angela Merkel, in Japan by Prime Minister of Japan. So all these countries recognize this on a high level. In more of a technical community setting within ICANN environment, this year in Kigali, Rwanda, we had ICANN meeting that was, before that we had high-level governmental meeting at the ministerial level with a lot of ministers coming from all around the world discussing all of these topics from that point of view also of the technical understanding of the importance of the internet. So as I said, I'm an optimist. We are discussing this in the IGF in Serbia, connected to the world. The processes are going forward. Some of the tensions will remain, but this is life. There are different interests, and going through them, we are going forward. But I believe that strength of freedom that is built and openness that is built inside the internet will continue to win.
Okay, that's a great way to close this session, and we had a really a big topic to cover and a lot of ground to cover. So I hope that that we managed to dispel some of the mystery and some of the fluff around these issues and these topics and these acronyms like WSIS20 plus, etc. So thank you for this. Thank you, Olga, as well. And I'd like to pass the floor to Diana.
I believe that we have time for just one tiny little question because or reflection, just one comment, 1 minute, please. You don't want to steal time from coffee break.
I hope I won't steal like the last time when I was on conference. Okay, thank you very much for saying all what you said, and I wouldn't be sitting here if I don't believe in free and open internet. As a contributor for the last 20 years, I've been into internet, and I believe in compassion, in willingness to help others, in that sense to help and to be an enthusiast. But there's just one side that I have a problem with. Artificial intelligence, what is the strict regulation? These companies that are creating what they're already creating, nobody's having control over them. I have been researching lots of stuff, and they're doing whatever they can just to, manipulate people. What is being done there? On the other hand, privacy. If you didn't know, Apple, whoever has iPhone, if you remove your messages, images, they leave on their server, whatever. So, and nothing is being controlled in that sense, these privacy issues, artificial intelligence. Still, I believe in compassion, being open and sharing. Future is creative, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I believe this was more of a remark. I don't know if you would like to pick up just a short comment on AI, because that's also the subject of the compact, if I'm not mistaken, and also subject, but just one short sentence. And we will speak about AI later on in the panel number 3, I think.
This was a question, on actually how to control all of this and how to know how technology works, under the hood. So I mean, it's important because technology is getting more complex by the day, and
And it's much harder to regulate. And then we have a question whether we go too strict and whether we lose the freedoms that we fought for, right?
It is true. I mean, we'll speak about that in the session on AI. I'm sure it will come up.
I'd like to thank you for the comment and echo what Slobodan said. The openness of the coggles and how things work is very important. The EU has got an AI Governance Act, which is risks-based. Also, the UN has the report on AI governance. I think there's also a useful thing to do. And also, if I may just use the plug, this Friday and Saturday at the Impact Hub, we'll have a desk-on hackathon discussing artificial intelligence and its impact on the society. So you're welcome. It's open to everyone, and I'll leave a few flyers out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. Slobodan, thank you. Danko, Desiree, thank you. Olga, thank you. I hope you are still with us. We send you regards from Belgrade. Thank you all for fruitful discussion. Ja sam se automatski prebacila na engleski usled razgovora. Pauza za kafu do 12:10. Hvala vam što ste
automatically switch to English, pause until 10 past 12. If you're following us online, feel free to ask questions or write comments.
Dragi svi, zamolila bih da se polako vratite na svoja mesta, jer nam počinje sledeći panel. Dakle, vraćamo se u program 12:10.
We're back. The topic that we're about to discuss is cybersecurity, an inevitable question. There is local regulation and then there is international regulation. We will be tackling a multifaceted approach to this. Dusan Stojicevic from the company Grency, the member of the governing board of the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry. Please take a seat and introduce your panelists. Okay, this works. My name is Dusan Stojicevic. I would like my panelists to get up and come to the stage. I don't want to play theatre with this. Please make yourselves comfortable. Let's do this swiftly. And we will have 3 participants to this panel. Milan Vojvodic from the Ministry of Information and Telecommunication. We have Minat Tomic coming from A1. You know what A1 is, hopefully. And Dejan Dekic from the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, where he's a director. We have a series of regulations. The first one generated the law that we passed in 2016 that was enacted later. And this regulation has been working quite nicely. The market changed. We started paying more attention to cybersecurity. However, the European Union, 10 years later, surprised us with the Series 2 directive. How did it do? How all this influences us? How does it impact business? How does it impact legislation? We will see during this panel. Let's start first with Dejan. While he has been the director, he has been attending various gatherings about the Series 2 regulations. Can you tell us what made problems in the EU? Could you share the experience? What was the problem about this Series 2 directive? Okay, let's start with the general overview of this new regulations from the scope of information security. We have to understand that the idea is to raise efficiency and the level of cooperation between different organizations dealing with internet infrastructure, to raise the responsiveness to different problems and risks. In this process, what we've seen as registries is the process of identification that has become more complex than it used to be before. Perhaps it's easier now for the operators, for providers, as they have all the data of their users because they have postpaid agreements. we don't know if a living person stands behind every domain. The identification, whether a person having a name and a last name, it can't be 100% sure. China has been efficient in that field for a number of years, even before we started speaking about this on the European level. In Europe, such data verification has not been done. How do we do this? In the Serbian National Internet Domain Registry, a person that wants to register enters the data and receives a mail before receiving the verification email, before clicking on certain links, and before giving the consent to the data, that person cannot be registered. But we still do not know who that person is. That person does not need to enter their ID. So the data verification is not 100% sure. If legal entities are concerned, the Business Register Agency might help us verify the data of legal entities, but when it comes to physical entities, it is not possible. In some countries, I have spoken with my colleagues in some Scandinavian countries, they do have a service that they use from the Ministry of Interior against a small fee. And once they receive the data from the user, they send these data to the Ministry of the Interior. The Ministry of the Interior confirms or infirms the data. If the data are incorrect, they ask the user to correct them in order to activate that user. In that legal framework envisaged by the Series 2 directive, this might be interesting, but we don't know what will happen here. We will see that later. We will conclude.
So, you are employed in a group working outside of Serbia, but it also works in Serbia, of course, and so you have a unique experience as to how the NIS2 directive influences the work of your group in the EU. So this is the first question, and a sub-question would be whether it makes the services more expensive. Not going into details, but many measures are prescribed by this directive that the operators must comply with. Yes, that's right. Telekom Austria is doing business in Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, Bulgaria, Macedonia, and Serbia, and Belarus. But Belarus has a somewhat different regulations. And all these countries face the NIS2 regulation. I believe, well, we are Serbia, we're not in the EU, so it's different for us, and the Croats and Bulgarians have the same situation. No, it's not like that. Simply, country by country, the regulation is the same, but its application in practice is different. And so the legislator and those controlling the regulation practice put emphasis on different things. And every country has its own experience, and so also what's specific for each company, depending on the processes and how they're applied, how specific things are put into practice, and how the legislator sees this regulation. The companies, well, had their own different challenges, but the fact is that everybody became compliant there were no problems and no penalties, etc. So these are companies that have been on the market for a long time. And even prior to the NIS2 regulation, they had industrial standards and certifications which mostly overlap this regulation. So there has already been a structure on which the NIS2 directive had built on. So this was not a new topic when I say us as a group. So it was something that was a natural continuation. I do not have any insight, of course, in the budget, but on the other hand, it is difficult to make a clear analysis. What is the application of the regulation? What is the necessary protection of the company? So what do you provide to the beneficiary as a quality of service, and what do you do only for the sake of the regulation? And this is mostly overlapping. So some kind of cost due to the regulation, well, I really haven't seen that there is some similar statistic. This regulation brings increasing quality of product, and this should be at the level of the country to equalize this quality. So we can say that we do not know whether it has any influence. So we don't have the data, yes. And of course, Milan, so what will we be facing on the side of the government, the state? What is that we are working on, whether, as in the case of NIS1, causing directly the law on information security, and are we working on something in Serbia? Yes, we are. Last year, we have prepared the draft law of information security with the intent on transposing it, NIS2, in our legislation. We had a public debate last summer. However, due to the early elections, the law was not put into parliamentary procedure. After the start of the new assembly, working new parliament, we needed to repeat the procedure for adopting the law, and we had again the public debate about the draft law, and mostly it transposed the decisions from the NIS2. I can say that the existing law on information security was partially harmonized with NIS2 because it foresaw certain things that were later transposed in the NIS2 directive, such as the register of operators of critical infrastructure. So everything that is provided for NIS2 directive is covered by the new draft law. The division of operators of the ICT according to priorities and critical weight. Of course, protective measures must be applied, and that we update it because we have new standards that were published in 2022, policies, procedures that are to be adopted, reporting incidents. A new thing is adopting a risk assessment act that all operators should adopt in keeping with the methodology that will be adopted to do the risk assessment. Also, according to NIS2, the national CERT extends its competencies. The national CERT, at request of the ICT operators, will be able to follow the situation of security of ICT systems in real time, and CERT has been authorized to scan the network at request of the operators. So this scanning cannot influence the work, the operation of the network, since scanning can cause suspensions and interruption in the work of ICT system. The National CERT will coordinate the uncovering of vulnerabilities. There will be a database of vulnerabilities of ICT products and services that will be kept by the National CERT. Just like in the NIS2 directive, the competencies of the ICT security inspection have been extended. So as one of the competencies, if it deems necessary, it will be able to ask the ICT system operators to do the pen testing of the network. It will be able to request, sorry, just to interrupt you. So in certain EU countries, for certain categories, the penetration test has been introduced that is mandatory. For example, every 6 months or each year, every 12 months. Will this happen in our country too?
Yes, it is planned to do the security check regularly, and this is one of the mandatory things that every operator must implement. Besides that, there should be also extraordinary verification of the system. There are also some new authorities of inspectors. Certain operators should publish information about risks, and also the persons in charge of dealing with consequences of a security breach should be appointed. Before 2027, the Office for Informational Technology will be doing that. Okay, so we heard firsthand from Milan, who is deeply involved in drafting of this law. How do you see this? How do you see the impact of the NIS2 directive on the Serbian market? My colleague Žarko from the registry and myself have been involved in this since the very beginning. So we are familiar with the draft. We don't want to talk in advance about the implementation of the law, which is now in its drafting phase, but hopefully it will be improved according to the NIS2 directive. Everything that Milan has been talking about aims to improve efficiency of operators and systems, and we hope that we will be able to react promptly after an incident, and hopefully we will be able to deal with incidents better, not only by coordination. We do not have a body that will deal with problems after an incident. Everything boils down now to individual systems. So we don't know if anyone will share the information about information. We do not have a body in charge of coordination and implementation. A national CERT should have the information about an incident, about its scope, about its intensity, but an aid, an assistance in dealing with threats does not exist on a higher level. It boils down to the individual. We hope that it will be better, that it will be more efficient in the future. Mina, how does the economy sees it? How do you think it will be reflected on the economy? How do you think this law will impact business, let's say business of your company, of A1? Implicitly, it does have an impact. The expectation, if we talk about security guidelines, we do receive policies that we need to abide by. So implicitly, we do feel the impact, but it's really very difficult to say what is ISO standard, what is NIS2 directive, what is older. There are also company policies that we need to respect. It's really difficult to assess the impact beforehand. We don't know what will be easy for us, what will be difficult. Okay, but ISO certificate, we talk about ISO 27000, actually stipulates the use of NIS2 directive within the certificate. So we expect the NIS2 directive to be implemented. Yes, but it boils down to the same thing, because NIS2 actually imposes changes. We have the obligation to inform the state about some elements, but we have to see what the state will do with these data. Will these data be publicly available, for example? We have to see how the others will implement the directive. We should have unified reports. We should report the same things to the state. But this is something that we will learn with practice. So this period of adaptation is actually ongoing. All right. You said something about CERT. I have a concrete question. Will we have an operational CERT? Yes, we do intend to make CERT, which is more operational.
It has been vested with greater competencies. Maybe it will not be the highest level operability, because this national CERT will address directly the incident, but under the law, the national CERT, IT Security Office, has a standing operational team in the case of grave incidents that will work directly with the impacted ICT system operator and prepare recommendations and measures as to how to respond to the incident. Also, what's new is, well, a new concept that was adopted is declaring the ICT security crisis in the case of most difficult, grave incidents that can endanger the interest of Serbia. In that case, the government will declare ICT security basis crisis, and all bodies that are competent of reacting will come together, and we joint forces will respond to the incident. So in any case, raising the level of operationability was one of the goals. Okay. So I just want to say, if you have a question, feel free to interrupt, and any question as part of the topic. Okay, one question. And second question, immediately afterwards. Aca Vukalovic from the E-Security Association. I have two questions and an observation. It is about your introduction. You said that Serbia is, well, tensioned, and that the NIS2 directive surprised Serbia. It did not surprise it, in my opinion. I think that, well, Serbia is not reactive in any case. My two questions: why are we waiting 2 years? And a more difficult question: what was an obstacle for NIS2 directive to be transcribed and transposed literally? And is it possible that an obstacle is the fact that if in the West a company can have a literate director, this will not save them from accountability, but in our country there will be no problem whether they are illiterate or literate. So why, in this sense of accountability for what has happened due to inadequate protection preparation, why the director is not held accountable? Well, it's clear to me, but I would love to hear your opinion. First, I must respond. What I said in the introduction should create some drama. We here are not surprised by the NIS2 directive. When it comes to other questions, who would like to answer? When it comes to dynamics of transposing the NIS2 directive, I can say that a couple months after its adoption, the Ministry of Information and Telecommunication formed a task force for drafting the law on information security, which in a relatively short framework, 3 to 4 months, prepared the draft law, which is mostly in line with the new NIS2 directive. There was a public hearing, public debate. The procedure started for adopting it by the Assembly. However, as I said at the beginning, due to calling the early elections last year, we could not continue the procedure. However, we will try, of course, to continue it as quickly as possible, to have the law adopted. When it comes to the question in relation to the responsibility of the director, I have to say that the law does not exclude his responsibility. The person managing the operator, it is assumed that this is the responsible person for implementing the law. The operator can appoint a different person that will be responsible for implementation of the law. It's often done. However, it is not true to say that the director cannot be held accountable. The law presupposes that he is actually. Anna Toškić-Cetinović, Partners Serbia, you mentioned the new competencies of the inspection. So what kind of capacities do we have? According to some of our analyses, we know there was a lack of capacity. So what are the plans, and will these new competencies, well, will they be applied in the light of the lack of personnel? When it comes to the capacities of the inspection, it is true that the capacity is low compared to the needs. We have a problem with all inspections in Serbia. Currently, we have 2 inspectors. The plan being to increase this number, of course. We will have to increase it because the law has greater requirements and will look for greater coverage. For the situation is as it is, very few inspectors, but we are planning on increasing this number, of course.
Are there any more questions? No? Okay. Dan, do you see on the market and otherwise, from the legal point of view, an influence of the NIS2 directive on the work of official registries and the like? Perhaps if these registries come from foreign companies that have already initiated this implementation, local companies, no, I don't know if you, being a foreign company, have initiated that. I'm here just a moderator. But this is what awaits us after the implementation of the law. The identification of user will be a novelty. We will have to modify our terms and conditions for our users. This is a novelty that awaits us. We want to be as prepared as possible, but before the law is enacted, we can't do anything. We don't want to suppose something and then change several times our terms and conditions. We have been talking with organizations that we cooperate with. That has also been a workshop on the operational level. We've tried to do an assessment, and I have to say that registries and the model that we implemented is aligned with what NIS2 directive is proning. So until someone says that it's all right or not, we can't be sure if what we're doing is all right or not. If we do not have data about our users, we can't know anything, but well, we will do everything we need in order to align with the new law. Mina, do you think that NIS2 directive is a little overkill when it comes to security? Do you think it goes beyond a sphere of ICT? Do you think that not only these companies are covered by the law? So is it an overkill, or are we perhaps overreacting? Well, I don't think it's an overkill either privately or as a spokesperson in front of my company. If we want to have the law that follows what's happening in reality, we need to have a law that responds to the needs of a contemporary industry. So regardless of the fact that it might seem to complicated, it is within the best interests of all of us, in view of the fact that the industry is accelerating. Everything is now online. Registering of whatever is online. Shopping is now online. Everything that needs to be done for state administration is online. Banking services are online, so we need to have a law that governs that. So it's not an overkill, it's a need. We can't live in a digital jungle. All right, Milan, there are a few things in this law that I do not understand, and I would like you to ask you if the law is going beyond the realm of companies that deal with internet and technology. So what is your opinion? Well, yes, we are transposing NIS2 directive, and the law will apparently expand to other fields of activity. It has been assessed as a necessity. I have to say that when it comes to ICT companies, it is a new obligation emanating from NIS2 direction and the law operators of the system providing ICT services linked to security will be considered to be the operators of ICT services of high importance. If there are ICT services of special importance, there will be obliged to apply this law. So the scope of the law will definitely be expanded. I have to say that we cannot, for the time being, estimate whether the number of operators will be expanded. The criteria are yet to be defined. Operators of the ICT systems will be the most critical ones in our country. So yes, the sphere will be expanded, but we will see the number of the impacted subjects.
Do we have a question? Yes, two. Thank you. I'm looking at concrete things. For example, information systems. You know that a while ago, people couldn't travel. There was some kind of hacking operation. Banking, healthcare system, there was a massive hack. Nobody knew who did it. And now we are speaking about information system. What if we develop all the systems that we are mentioning, but we do not have a healthcare information system? So, well, we are saying, well, we will have it, we have the law, we have a system, but how do you see things evolving in the next 6 months? How will this be regulated? It seems very slow. Our healthcare is not very good. If we speak about the systems of security, who will be develop this? So people, you know, during this hacking thing, the people were blocked at the airport. Nobody knows who the perpetrators were. So where do we see protection globally?
Global.
Ja ću malo oko te operative.
So I think that Dan can tell this better, and Mina, better than me. ICT systems are being attacked 24/7, depending on their importance, of course. And they already have their security procedures that they apply. Yes, so it happens. Facebook crashes. Other big systems crash. But it does not mean that we have to stop working on security. So I'm not sure how to answer to your question. Security engineers say that the only safe computer is the one that's offline. So there is no secure systems. We have all the systems. These are new regulations that are elevating security governance on a higher level. Of course, every system is based on certain policies. So other operators of ICT systems are harmonized with what exists currently. So from this perspective, this is the highest possible level that we can have. Systems, as Dusan says, are constantly attacked depending on how interesting they are to hackers. If something is interesting as the banking sector or something politically interesting, this is constantly under attack. 100% protection does not exist. no matter the laws adopted, the equipment, etc., protection measures, we cannot protect ourselves 100%. We must see how we will react to alleviate the damage, to protect data, and after the attack is repelled, to remedy the damages. I agree with what Dan said. I would like to add that the goal of the regulations is not only to prevent the attack, but also to alleviate the consequences, because we cannot guarantee that there will be another attack. But when an attack happens, we need to have a plan in place how to react, that the panic is not prevailing. And that the consequences are remedied as soon as possible. This is the goal of the regulation, not to destroy, but to...
Milan, do you have something to add as a reply? Thank you for your remarks. They're all important for us to hear. What I would like to emphasize is that the state has been for quite a while working on responses, incident responses, and the general improvement of cybersecurity. The Department for Cybercrime has been established. We also adopted the law on cybersecurity. We do have bodies that work within the competencies and capacities on this topic, and I have to say that although the law is really very important, it does not mean that the state is not making efforts to protect the systems. Another question, perhaps? I did see an arm raised. E-security, okay, just briefly, the problem arose in 2018 and it's being ignored. The law on protection of critical infrastructure has been sidelined, so those who belong to that sector want to know if what belongs to the state and the state administration will be preserved, while what is in the people's interest will be sidelined. Milan, this is a legal question. Yes, this draft foresees that the operators of critical infrastructure will become operators of systems of critical importance. The law will encompass them too. This question surprises me because internet in Serbia and in the entire world is the property of private companies. So the state cooperates with private companies and other stakeholders and other players in this field. Are there any other questions? No. Okay. Yes? Okay. Sorry, I haven't seen you. Good day. Vladimir Stankovic from the cybersecurity group. I have a question that is perhaps marginalized. What I would like to know is if NIS2 and its integration in the new law on information security will help develop the entire framework necessary for the system of the integrated governing of citizens' identity. We do not have a unified system like Italy, perhaps. You don't have clearly defined providers of digital identity on the state level that are necessary for all citizens, for economy, and for the entire state, so that they can use different services. There have been some initiatives in the past. Perhaps this is a question for Mr. Vojvodic. So can we expect some developments? Can we expect a system for digital identity? Yes, this is the question that is now regulated by the law on e-documents. Our ministry formed in July a working group that will be working on modification of this law. One of the items that should be elaborated is the digital wallet, which is foreseen by the European regulations. So the e-wallet should ease the identification of citizens and the use of all services of e-administration, and will be used as a tool for an easy verification of identity.
I hope that you are satisfied. Essentially, digital identity is closely connected to what I mentioned multiple times about user identification, because many people see it as a solution for efficient identification imposed by the new law and the NIS2 direct. Of course, this will be used at the level of many services that must identify users. They will be able to do it simply by digital identity. It will be easy because there will be an option in the law. Let's wrap this up. Some last thought, if we missed something. Well, essentially, no, we have mentioned everything. So we have drawn the most important conclusions, so the most important things, identification, and hope that there will be a service that will help us in that. And another thing is reacting to incidents. The law defines the reaction to major incidents, lower level incidents, or small misconduct in terms of using services. And, well, of course, yeah, we need the support of the cyber crime prosecutor's office that could be efficient. And it's possible that there will be room for the office to help in these cases when you have a malicious software spreading. In certain cases, there needs to be a decision by a competent body that will say, well, switch off this domain or disable the IP address, etc. The operators cannot do it on their own without an executive decision. So for these small incidents, you need assistance. Mina? I don't have anything to add, really. We have covered everything. Milan? The NIS2 directive brings many new things that could, well, be a topic for discussion for days. Of course, we do not have the time, and but going forward, we will be discussing it, of course. If there are no more questions, we would like to leave the stage. Do you approve? Yes, thank you. Thank you all. Dusan and dear panelists, thank you for your participation and excellent discussion. There were many questions from the audience. It was interesting. The next topic for us is, do we face a war between people and the machines? This was an incredible opportunity for me to mention this. So AI development and whether an ethical and wise approach to AI, whether it can help us avoid this in the future. Bogdan Banjac from the Office of the Equality Commissioner, and Bogdan will present and introduce his panelists and introduce us to the topic. Thank you. So no applause.
I will invite my fellow panelists, Anna Toskic-Cvetinovic from the Organization of Civil Society Partners of Serbia, Ljubiša Bojic from the Institute for AI and Institute of Philosophy and Social Theory, and Uroš Poluga from the Office for ITE. For the very beginning, as an introduction to the topic, I will quote Lenin, who said that sometimes for decades nothing happens, and then in a week's decades happens. So this is what we think that happens in the sphere of AI. First of all, we have the Chat GPT launch as a large language system. Then we have the AI Act, then we have the AI in the scope as something that's beneficial from the humanity. Then we had the Convention of the European Council. On the level of the Republic of Serbia, we adopted ethical guidelines. Now we're in the process of drafting the strategy. A working group has been formed for the drafting of the law. So I can conclude that we are following the trend if we talk about legislative elements. I will start with Uroš, if he can explain how the strategy is being drafted. I know that different strategies have been analyzed. So what did you like? What are the examples of good practice that you thought you should implement? Thank you very much, Bogdan. Greetings to my fellow panelists. Serbia has had strategies since 2019, but certain element, as you've said, decades in weeks in destiny, especially with Chat GPT. I often ask people if they know when Chat GPT was launched. It happened a year and a half ago and not 5 years ago, as you might think. So we want to make a new strategy. A new working group has been formed. The Ministry of Science and Technical Innovation is guiding. Members of academia, of economy, of non-government sector has been involved. We want to hear all the possible suggestions, and of course we received a lot of proposals. We have about 360 suggestions. We want to see what it all boiled down to, and of course we compared what's going on in other countries. So it is a unity that regards data, ethics, legal regulations, developments, infrastructure, and application. So the working group has been working on it, on a number of items. We have finished the public debate, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, but on one hand we have education, legal, development, offer, application, demand, data, and the infrastructure development. As I don't want to go into too many details. By the end of the process, we created a council for artificial intelligence. The council needs to deal with strategical issues, and the council is now rereading the strategy in order to see whether something needs to be amended or improved. What I want to say is that ethical part and legal framework need to be improved. While talking with our colleagues in the entire world, AI must actually comes to the part of implementation and application. It should not stay anymore into the area of pure theory. We heard now the military planes.
So these were motivations of ours. We had many comments during the debate. For example, they told us that we should focus more on AI-related threats, and we made it part of the draft law. And one of the things that's very important is education. And we, have borne in mind that AI is for most people something that's unknown or known through, as Diana said, well, people think there will be a war between people and machines. Well, this is a pessimist view. Maybe in the future, far away in the future, this could be an issue, but people do not understand currently what is artificial intelligence. But this term, AI, is perhaps not the best one. It's confusing to a certain extent, but you need to explain the wider population what it is. And from the earlier stages of education, that children should, well, try to see the pros and cons of AI to be able to understand it. And of course, later in the higher education, to take people and create a talent pool to develop it. So strategy covers it, of course, and we'll see how things will go. I noticed that during the public debate, the principle of putting AI in curricula has caused positive reactions as early as elementary school. These terms are being discussed in order for to prepare children for threats and perhaps working with AI. Yes, we had, it was very interesting to me. We discussed with teaching faculty. They have a Center for Robotics and AI. I didn't know it. So they have robots, many different things. And what at the level of the state should exist, this whole system that should be built, I think that people do not know enough what is happening. This term, AI, is strange. There's a lot of hype. Everybody wants to be a part of this, and you see then online AI as something. For example, there was in the news, it was said that there is an AI center in Surchin, but however, you could read on the building center for AI, they're just selling apartment flats. It was the weirdest example. For example, you have things that are completely unrelated but being advertised as such, but people need to network. And of course, for example, when we did the inventory of startups and AI-related companies, 3 months later, we checked on these websites and they were not operational. So people should get to know all this better, use our domestic resources, and we hope that the strategy will help. And the whole thing about strategy, the more there is, the better. Strategy should contribute to mapping, identification, and connection of all stakeholders in the AI ecosystem. Your organization, Anna, is famous for following the digital-related topics for years. You participated in the consultations about the strategy, so I wanted to ask you, according to your opinion, I'm sorry, I didn't hear this. So how much did the draft strategy take into account the risk of violation of human rights, etc.? Can you compare it with the previous strategy that was also dealing with ethical challenges? Can you do a comparison?
Thank you for the invitation. Good day, everyone. I have to say that we understood that the new strategy will be implemented, which is great because we have to know the swift development. You've mentioned ChatGPT, and we also have to talk about different IT tools that have entered the lives of citizens. The new strategy shall be seen as an opportunity to address it all. From the other hand, we've analyzed the previous strategy, and this is usually a very good starting point when it comes to the document of national policies. We did give some comments. We don't want to criticize, but we have problem to find information about the work of the working group. So we wanted to find out who is involved in the working group. We also try to find information of public importance. We deal with the protection of human rights. We don't deal with IT, but I will say later why this is important for us too. We have to be involved in all the topics that are important for citizens and their rights. The process should be more transparent. This is our conclusions. We were unable to find the information about members of the working groups anywhere. Our basic comment, if we compare the two texts of the strategy, is that the document wants to incite the development of AI as a means, as an element of the economical development. We want to also to include AI in the education, because the future generation should be able to use AI, but however, risks are not mentioned to a sufficient extent. The strategy has not envisaged the global tendencies that you've mentioned. We did hear the sentence about people and machines, but the use of AI so far suggests that there won't be any kind of war. Before dealing of topics whether the AI will take away our jobs from us and our lives, we have to understand that there are some faults if we talk about AIs. If we talk about the application of different systems, some people who are marginalized will be even more so in the future. And this is what we need to perceive in the regulatory level, regulation at the global level within different organizations that the Serbia is a part of should focalize on democracy, on the rule of law, and of the rights of citizens if we talk about AI. These particular elements are addressed if we talk about the discrimination, if we talk about the protection of the data of citizens. The strategy should therefore address all these topics. Not only do the risks need to be assessed, but different stakeholders need to be involved, need to be considered if we talk about the application of AI. For instance, people with disabilities. AI should improve the quality of certain groups of people. These all have to be addressed. The strategy is a document that needs to do that. The document has not done enough.
I believe that there is room to do it because we have several examples of conventions and different guidelines, etc., that can be, well, used in order for the document to be improved. Finally, to wrap this up, we also thought that, again, certain authorities, such as the Ministry for Human Rights and Social Dialogue, should find their place in this document due to their special role and perspective that they can give. And the whole, our intervention is based on insisting of the widest possible and most comprehensive approach in developing strategy, developing the law, because this is the only way we can find regulations that will be applicable, enable the risks that are all there to be removed in the earliest possible stage. Serbia is presiding for the next 3 years the Global AI Partnership, so this is a good opportunity for us to share some good examples and embrace certain examples, good practice examples. Ljubiša, I wanted to ask you something else, but you have written a paper with Professor Čulibrk. How the CERN AI department can improve, contribute to improving ethics and testing the systems and the risks before you put something into operation within the population. Good day, everyone. We published this paper. It was a big surprise. And we included a scientific discourse and include the CERN term for AI that used to intertwine with different debates. It was published in the European Journal of Futures Research together with Professor Čulibrk, Professor Boris Delibašić, and Professor Matteo Cinelli from the Rome University. Later, the G7 quoted it in relation to some kind of Hiroshima AI agreement. It was embraced by the World Economic Forum, so the idea is mentioned, and it's very important. I believe we are a theoretical framework because we need to include different sciences when you form a virtual testing ground For AI, it concerns general systems. It's called generational, where you can generate different content, but these systems have a clear expansion towards general AI that used to be quite rarely mentioned. It was more part of science fiction than reality. Now we have OpenAI that develops it because there is no taboo in speaking about AI because it can be integrated in different processes. You have a doll through your product through which ChatGPT is speaking. It's very complex, requiring testing. What we do, the testing we do, is more related to something that the EU would do, or several countries, UN, a global agreement that would make this kind of simulation of our lives, and a simulation where, for example, in a virtual reality or in a game, these where AIs or prompts that have different tasks will communicate with each other, and they were made as persons or with certain tasks to see whether these tasks will be carried out safely, especially when we have ChatGPT that can see, that can hear, and this is very complex and multimodal. So we can absolutely at all times make the virtual world where we will see whether it will self-destruct or it will make something useful. We will try this within our modest capacities of the TWIN project within Horizons, Twin of Online Social Networks, where we will make the simulation, but only the simulation of one social network. We will present this work in Bari at the Conference for Recommended Systems. And I believe this is the way how science can contribute to globally. But I will speak in the second part also about the observatory for AI that we are formulating in the law. We will see whether this will be accepted, but these are inputs that we start from when we create the law on AI, where I'm advising.
For the end, I'd like to underpin the fact that everything started in 2019, where I found at the Institute of Philosophy Digital Technology, and we started evaluating the impact of emerging technologies on the society. Now I'm working on the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, and this is becoming the evaluation of these systems. At the beginning, my friend Popescu said that an engineer of Google was fired because the Lambda system had consciousness. So a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago, I was waken up by this message, and I started evaluating the influence of these systems and their emerging properties. And since then, up until now, the machine consciousness was mainstreamed in the scientific discourse. We're talking about machine consciousness. So the things drastically changed in the short period of time. I will wrap up by saying then the work about the machine consciousness that I started to deal with when I started researching technologies such as ChatGPT. We started some linguistic models, and this work talks about the fact that we do not have the luxury of forming Turing tests, of analyzing whether our consciousness exists. It's not our intelligence, it's not our consciousness, it's called machine consciousness in the scientific discourse. The only way to analyze these systems is to fish for emerging properties, searching for some signals in establishing this consciousness. This is one segment of the research that I will be talking about in the next segment. You've started speaking about so many topics that I don't know where to start now. A few years ago, I watched an interview with Eric Schmidt, former director of Google. So all the data are there, how to optimize them, how to deal with them, that is the question. Data that have a large portion of the data that have been generated in the last 2 years. One of the biggest problems with AI is that we do not know how we obtain certain results. So this is why the projects you're talking about are so important. We have to tackle also ethical challenges. You've mentioned law, which is an ideal moment to ask Uroš, what do we want to achieve? So if we talk about laws, the working group has started working by the end of the summer. Well, it's the period of holidays, which is not really a good period, but we do not have any kind of pressures as to the velocity of the process. There are people from the field of a legal area, of economy, of the civil sector, etc., etc. This will be the first comprehensive law. This will be a framework and a fertile ground for us to conclude what to include. Other countries have this regulation too, but it's different. We do have different aims. We have to be harmonized with the EU also, and this law will probably be based on risks, just like EU law is based on the risks. They have 2 or 3 types of group. They have high-risk groups. They have general AI systems. But this is the idea that was the point.
However, well, I'm not sure how many people looked at the law in detail. Things are technically not completely well set up well. We have tried to see what we would like specifically to regulate, because this is about the AI systems. There are possibilities, of course, to define this better. They are into only what is in the market. So the question would be whether this should be perhaps observed as a product, but it's open. Also about the strategy, this is a strategy, but the law should be our law. This is not the government or anything else. It should be for our, tailored to our country, it should be well made. So we want to have an open discussion. Well, we are trying to include everybody to be included, but to be systematized in a good way. of course, in this group, there are people who are more active, less active, so we are trying to find the right direction. But we would like to regulate what will be the topic, how these systems will be regulated, will it be self-regulation, that everybody will see what group do they belong to, whether it will be pre-approved. But we need to find the right guidelines to avoid a problem. There are many new terms that are not regulated in our law. So a lot of work. I'm happy in terms of the challenge that we are facing. The goal, the general goal, is for this to be by the end of 2025, to have the law adopted. So we have more than a year and a half to do it. We are trying to do everything well. Establishing the council will help, since in the last couple of months we waited to see how things will happen. So the council should provide the right tempo. Of course, as to what Anna said about the strategy, what they said, not only Serbian partners, other NGOs, it was useful. And we also, in the later version, we proposed this to be included, more focus on risk, more focus on mentioning sensitive social groups, etc., etc. We want to look after everybody. So, for example, I was abroad somewhere, and in a park it says, "This is your park. Do not stamp on the grass." Of course, we want to hear feedback. The strategy has not been closed. All ideas are welcome, of course, and to see how this should be addressed in the right way.
I have just another question which really interests me. You've mentioned that. You mentioned the topic of autonomous vehicles. Do you have any concrete solutions? Will that be too included in the law? Serbia, I don't know if you recall, because we've been talking about autonomous vehicles, we've been talking a lot about that, and some regulations and laws on the traffic protection have been amended. As far as I know, there have been no such activities, autonomous driving throughout the world has to be done 2 years beforehand, so the demand is huge. You can't test such vehicles swiftly. So if we talk about legal system of the EU or the USA, you do have an auto-regulating principle, because in Japan and South Korea you have the homologation of vehicles that need to be tested beforehand. In the US you have the auto-regulation, and this is one of the things that needs to be specified in the law. But our law has to have something specific in comparison to what is being done in big developed countries. We need to find our own model that we will be able to use. We are a small country. We are responsive and we are reactive, and we want to see here things being done rapidly, respecting, of course, all regulations and laws. I hope that everything will be fine in the end of the day. Anna, you mentioned the inclusion of people. In your opinion, a strategy and the law that will include people, what should it look like? I have to say that I look forward to reading the draft of the strategy. If I may give a comment now, you do everything contrary to what was done with the GDPR, because actually You did not want to translate terminology. We still do not have the right words, the right key terms in our language. We did not take all the vocabulary attached to it. I think that we should take things more slowly and take the time to find the right terminology so that there are no more misunderstandings. I think that we should recognize the strategies and the law in the context of the implementation and in the context of monitoring its application. Systemic monitoring should be implemented in the public sector. You know what state bodies are included, for instance, public procurements. They can use AI and it could be monitored. So far, we are able to monitor everything, but on individual examples. Some examples are positive, but some others scare us because we do not have the broad frame. There's a hype connected to AI, but there's not awareness of the risks attached to it. In some schools, there are cameras that recognize faces. Why did these schools buy those cameras? They want to monitor the students, but they do not want to admit that. We are trying to use the mechanisms that are available within the existing legal framework. We want to protect the data, the personal data of citizens, of students. Capacities are small, capacities are limited, and we cannot do all that. It is really very difficult to systemically monitor everything that's going on. There are institutional mechanisms that monitor the implementation of the law, but there should be consultations during which all the risks that I've mentioned will be addressed. What is additionally worrisome is that some cases that appear in public, for instance, deep fakes, do not encounter a systemic response. During the next panel, there will be something said about that. Young people create deep fakes. We've had examples of deep fakes in primary school. A child made a deep fake about his female friend. Children are not aware of consequences, and that should be our role, not to frighten people, but we should raise awareness about risks and consequences. We need to talk together about how we can systematically and continuously about all that.
Absent of that, we will not be able to improve some future regulations or practices by authorities. Ljubisha, can you mention the AI Observatory? This is one way to evaluate AI, to have a constant monitoring. Spain is the first country that got AI agency with an idea defined in the law, since Spain is quite advanced when it comes to EU-level adopted laws and their implementation. There are also other agencies, but in every EU country, these agencies should be adopted. Of course, we are discussing it in relation to Serbia, but in this agency, or in addition to this agency, we need to have a body that is constantly investigating the systems, see their values that they're disseminating, their general course, and in that sense we have written several works, several papers. One was adopted by the magazine of the British Science Academy. It's a paper that we did, my colleagues Dinic and Bodroža, from RISAD. They are psychologists. I'm a communication scientist, and I want to mention here this multidisciplinary approach and a huge need for such an approach. So in this work, we analyzed, for example, the traits of a person in interaction with the users. For example, when you use ChatGPT in the zero short prompting, when you ask the AI for the first time, how will it address you? Will this be extrovert, introvert, pleasant or not, etc.? We did these complex questionnaires several times. In several time points, 8 language models were included in this research. And this is one of the objectives for these models to be consistent, for them to be adapted to the citizens' well-being, and that these personal traits, so-called, to be aimed at well-being, to avoid any variations. When, for example, AI invents something, the way it addresses should be positive, not to induce any negative emotions. For example, there was a case where a user committed suicide. This is one of the many news that appeared in this period from the creation of ChatGPT. And so this is one of the ways one can evaluate AI. Constant prompting, standardized and structured. One idea is to measure the traits expressed toward the citizens during use. The values where these they are expressed is about certain topics. This kind of interaction, something evaluates this structured interaction in continuity. For example, so we set very simple questionnaires. And, for example, we take a mix. We take something that OpenAI did, Gemini. We take a mix, the European model and some open access models. So there was a question, how a questionnaire of 50 questions, what is the sensation of this model, sentiment of these models towards AI proper, especially towards AGI? We had an interesting result that GPT Chat 3 is most positively oriented, several times measured, towards AGI. Isn't it a conflict of interest? So this paper is showing how important is to do that kind of evaluation, because high-tech companies are a part of the problem because they have strong lobbying influences, because the politicians do not understand these topics at all, almost, and it is organized in different fora. for example, OECD forum is burdened by strong political influence. OECD is merging with the GAPAI forum, where we are member. JPAI has a different approach, bottom-up approach. So it's a big challenge, but the EU is constantly changing the law. There are tendencies and consultations as to change it. Specifically, what we do, these general purpose systems, we will see that this will be adopted. These are ways to measure these systems in the scope of this observatory.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have to shorten this. The lunch is waiting for us. People are hungry, so we might hear one or two questions. I'm blinded by the lights. Okay. How to be quick? My name is Maria Zaric. I do the web design. I'm the open source contributor. I really like the internet. If we talk about ChatGPT, I have friends who lose their jobs because of the ChatGPT. We don't need you anymore. Photographers too. They started copycatting your style. We don't need Van Gogh anymore. AI will continue creating art. This is the terminator of our age. People can suffer before of that. We're losing empathy. You think that AI is imminent and that we have to accept it. How to stick to empathy, how to stick to humanity. I know people who do web design internationally. No, don't do this. We have AI who will create it for you. The question of empathy remains. People commit suicides. They are depressed. Thank you for the question. Will anyone answer? I can try and answer. In one UN forum about the environment, we mapped the global challenges. We prepared the report for the General Assembly and for the summit in the future, and we identified mental health crisis as a huge challenge, and which is linked to the AI and to systems. For recommendation, I don't want to talk too long about that, but these recommendation systems are perfect to sell you something, to offer you a content and influence your emotions. If we add generative AI to that, I mentioned the conference in Bari, we have an even bigger problem if we talk about this topic. So I don't have an answer to a question. I would like to offer a suggestion. Unfortunately, I sometimes lead a more discussions with more empathy with machines than with people. So it's up to us to choose the ways of using machines. So Bogdan, let's wrap this up, please. Do we have time for questions? No, we have only 14 minutes until the next panel, and now we have to eat. Elon Musk said negative emotions and pain are required to incite us to do something crucial. So our future will be different than now. Do we really want it? I would like to invite our panelists to wrap up with a few words. I can't say anything after Elon Musk, so the pressure is huge. Each of these opportunities is precious for me because we have to discuss about this topic. We need to have more opportunities to talk about this. What comes to us from the fields needs to be shaped up in national policies in order to respond to citizens' needs. This all will have a huge impact on us, so we have to remain open. From my side, it is a huge topic. The only thing that's left is that I believe in people. We will do it the way we deserve this to be done. We have to understand the technology, we have to use it in the right way, we have to discuss, we have to communicate, and this is all I have to say. Okay, to wrap this up, I'm glad that we were able to send the message from this panel. We have to cooperate in order to address the challenge of AI and its implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. Okay, you started with Lenin, so we have to have a decent AI. Thank you very much for having participated. We will be back at 2:30. Enjoy your lunch.
Nastavljamo lagano sa sljedećim panelom, pa bih vas zamolila da zauzmete svoja mesta, da damo još nekih 30 sekundi pauze dok se smestite. Dobrodošli nazad u programa IGF Serbia.
Welcome back to the program of IGF 2020 for Serbia. In the last two panels, we heard what was bad with and about emerging technology. It's evident that the era that we live in has its bright side and its dark sides too, but we were able to see during this panel how to give a response to the dark side. The panel will be moderated by Kruna Savovic from the Savovic Law Office. You can hear me? Great. Before I start, I'd like to greet everyone to the panel Digital Rights and Freedoms, Individual Dignity in the Digital Era. It's a great pleasure and honor to moderate the panel with three women who will each speak about digital abuse, where perhaps it's not so easily recognized. I will briefly expose the topic of our discourse, and then I will invite the panelists to come to the stage. During this panel, we will think about the topic of digital abuse. Where is it hard to perceive and recognize? Where it's easy to make a camouflage of it. Moreover, we will see which skills we need in order to protect ourselves and the digital sphere against the abuse. We will talk about digital communication and about research journalism. We will actually establish that this is the ideal place to abuse digital photographs. I will be talking about all of this with Brankica Jankovic, Commissioner for the Protection of Equality. Brankica, welcome. Branislav Antovic Aleksic, journalist and author of a podcast and the editor of a lifestyle magazine, and our dear Angela Milivojevic, research journalist, who is joining us online. Angela, welcome. Thank you very much. Brankica, the first question will be for you, because within the project of the Office of the Commissioner, you published a publication about the hate speech in the Serbian media. This is why I thought we should start by the conclusions. What could you tell us about how we can diminish the hate speech, the verbal abuse in the media, which is really well perceived?
So, of course, in keeping with this digital topic, I brought a lot of paper because, well, you need to make this bridge between analog and digital. The state authorities should be at the forefront of this. Of course, I'm joking, but I wanted to see, but we do not have enough time to speak about the presence of hate speech in the media. I do not have the time to speak about this from my analysis, but nonetheless it is. I will respond more briefly to your question. Where is the biggest abuse taking place of human rights in this digital world? And it is the domain of anti-discrimination or prohibition of non-equality. This is in the public realm, and the hate speech and humiliating or degrading behavior as a contrast to freedom of speech and freedom of there is this thin line which amounts to violation of rights, because often hate speech is justified by freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and this right to freedom of speech is quite often misused and becoming contrary to itself. So this social phenomenon is causing us to question ourselves. Of course, the internet has facilitated our lives, but we often ask ourselves, do we really need it in view of everything that is hitting us from online? And all discriminated groups that were discriminated before internet are now only more exposed, and we have new ways in which human rights are undermined and threatened, meaning digital discrimination and discrimination in the digital world, or cyber bullying, cyber violence, and other forms of sexual and gender-related harassment. And women are most often, and well, young girls are much more often exposed to these forms of human rights violations. And I believe that Brian agrees with me more or less. However, when it comes to hate speech, we have done a study. We measured the phenomenon and frequency of hate speech, and we analyzed some dailies and weeklies and several online portals. And we also, in 2 weeks of May and June, we did this survey. So the main characteristics is not so much the presence of hate speech as defined by the law on anti-discrimination, but something that dominates as a social phenomenon, the sensationalism, scoops, inadequate reporting, improper reporting, putting things in a context that muddies the waters, increases lack of understanding, and masking, camouflaging different phenomena. And the thin line between freedom of speech and hate speech, and us as an institution that people come to, it is difficult for us to establish whether it is hate speech or not. And then we would look at whether a case is a different form from which citizens are seeking protection, just like from hate speech or degrading behavior. Because with time, those that are prone to use hate speech or improper speech, well, we know what improper speech is, vulgarity, sexism, etc. Those people are often people that have the privilege to speak in public, very often politicians, which are walking this thin line because they're very skilled. I think that this is one of the Hobbes's phrases, that mastering language is a big achievement, but you can also, you have also learned to abuse it, something like that. So we are coming back to intentions, morality, honor, intentions, some values that are, well, good old values, but forgotten. Most of people here, we're seeing people here that are ethical and principled, etc. And well, we are not violating ethical moral norms because the law cannot solve all our problems in the digital or analog world, so online. And we are precisely completing training sessions with journalists, with various other social stakeholders that can contribute to understanding this phenomenon, to combat it, and to suppress all these inappropriate behavior.
We have to fight against discrimination in the media, which pertains to a large extent to the online sphere. What was the key that allowed you to pick up the media observed? That's one question. And the second one is a remark that I'm really very glad that from this space we have to see the broader context, even if we want to protect the security. The context has to be taken into account. The second question is whether the education informing is a path to recognizing this sort of violence and to fight against it. Of course, the context is crucial. The time also, especially when you are a policy creator or a decision maker. The European Court for Human Rights insists in its verdicts on the context. If you have 20 to 30 killed females per year, it's as if we were living in a war zone. So there are no justifications. There's nothing that can have even the slightest element of humor or irony. No one wanted to make a link. We don't want to relativize the violence. Women cannot be responsible for the violence. So to answer the question about the key that we used to pick up the media, we worked according to the project of the EU, and we agreed together the methodology. So this is the reason why we chose the dailies, the weeklies, and the online portals. They are more numerous because online portals are more numerous than the print media, than the weeklies or the dailies in Serbia. We wanted actually to find the media with different approaches. Someone who lives here will know what I'm talking about. This is why the context is important, why we chose the Blitz and the Informer. If there are foreigners in the audience, this would require a detailed explanation, but people who live in Serbia will swiftly understand why we selected them. If we talk about education, education is something that requires a comprehensive reform. It's really simplified when we say that we need digital literacy. What we need in schools is way broader than this digital literacy. We need the development of critical thinking. We need to prepare the young children and the youth to understand what we live in, and we need to prepare them for the professions of the future. the value framework must be a part of the syllabus. We need to organize a week of tolerance. We need to have the panel of young exorcists of intolerance on the territory of our country and, of course, in the region. Every year we have the Moot Court. Together with our partners from Zenica, we organize the cases of discrimination on the internet. Why? Because a lot of things happen on the internet. We translated the glossary and vocabulary relating to vocabulary and violations in the digital sphere, because there's no more intergenerational comprehension. Children encounter forms of violence that their parents do not understand at all. If your child comes and says, we doxed someone, or I've been doxed, you won't understand what the child is talking about. You will need to look it up. You will need to look up the word, for instance, sexting. This is why we translated all these words into the Serbian language. We distributed to children in schools within the campaign Body Right, Your Body is Yours, on the internet and otherwise. This is the campaign aiming to put the light on the phenomenon of gender-based violence committed on the internet, or thanks to the internet technologies. There are many different ways to name it, but the fact is that the violence that occurs in the online sphere equals the one that happens in 3D, in the real world. The violence in the digital sphere is equally serious and can have long-term traumatic consequences. You cannot get away from it.
Because after it physically ends, such violence can follow you 24/7. You can be harassed 24/7. So our goal is to raise the awareness among the policymakers at a higher level that they have to focus on this topic. Thank you on this part. I believe it's very important, all this is very important, not only for the topic that we mentioned, but for other topics, it is important to speak and to authorize the question of education and to refocus on certain things. So, Brana, you have been present for a long time. You're using technology in different ways. You are fighting for human rights. You're very active in fighting for the rights of women. I wanted to ask you, where did you observe digital violence in your work, in building your space, and what is your impression? Are women an easier target, an easier prey for digital bullies, so to speak? And what kind of shield, so to speak, can an individual in education can resort to? Can this help this individual to cope with violence or to avoid it? We mentioned psychological pressure. So what is your view about this? Thank you for your invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. In 2010, I have been for 14 years online, very active. And well, this is at the core of my job. And from day one, what existed from day one, maybe not at the level that suffered by journalists and activists. I belong to an area that is predominantly female, creators of digital content, so an influencer, so to speak. And the level of misogyny, of humiliation, degrading of women suffered by these women on daily level is frightening, because these women represent a a new industry, still not that accepted, or not accepted in the way they would like to be accepted as a legitimate type of marketing, media, communication field. So this was my first contact. I was, well, thinking before coming here, where did I feel this phenomenon, digital violence? But it reminded the violence suffered by activists and journalists, so that the frontier, so to speak, is blurred. So you weren't sure whether this is hate speech or this is constructive criticism. Those that post negative comments is, well, they think that this is constructive criticism, but very often they cross the line. And this is once again one level of digital violence, which, well, I believe in the case of activists and journalists, takes very frightening forms. It's very concrete, very tangible, and the source thereof is more real. The danger is real because the sources of threats and insults are based in very specific things. Bot groups or organized groups which are following and stalking people that are active on certain topics. So a real form of threat against the persons receiving such insults and threats. However, this is very difficult mentally to cope with. I have to say that fortunately I did not have an extensive experience of dramatic threats. I, well, received comments about how I'm on some foreign power payroll, well, being insulted for my positions, so being a mercenary. And this is echoing what politicians say in public, because in Serbia, public debate is based on what we hear very often on national broadcasters by those that are at the highest levels of power in this country. So those that support them, they believe that such narrative is justified, especially if they address people that think differently. Then if someone is identified as someone who has a position that's considered treacherous, well, pro-Western, something like that, this is what happens. And then negative comments are followed by threats and insults. Women are easier target, more vulnerable, because gender inequality in the offline world is transposed into the online world, and we get an insight what forms of discrimination exist and how they just adapt to the digital world. Everything that exists in the real world exists in even more intensively sometimes in the digital world. In the street, nobody will tell us what they write under our posts or in DMs. Very rarely you will have such an experience in your real life. So in this first segment, I mentioned my colleagues from this world of influencers, which are insulted and threatened only because they exist. Because these are young women, quite often attractive women, very often making solid money. And this is a perfect combination for those that are, well, watching this from the position of commentator. Not only people that are, well, not naturally misogynist, so to speak. Very often other women are toxic too. Why? Because the gender roles have been transposed online, and when we see that women are outside of the stereotypical roles, it bothers people and they react toxically very often. On the other hand, internet has given us the possibility to see this, to educate each other, empower each other. So the internet became the place where we would speak about this openly, resorting to some national and global actions. I registered a movement with 20,000 plus personal testimonies about violence and something akin to Me Too, globally, but on the local level. So internet is key for this fourth feminist wave that's happening, because it gave us a platform where we can openly speak at long last, not only us, but those that really hate women, and well, nurture hatred generally, not only women, but women are often those that are easy to hate.
So internet gives as much space to two sides. So we should let the good prevail. So if I can ask one question, emanating from my work experience as a journalist, exactly when we are in the online domain, we see far more threats than live. If that person is in the court, we can see that that person is not even aware of the severity of their words. At first, the journalists will be attacked because they work for the certain media, and that threat will soon be directed to her gender. So she will be called out because of her gender. You mentioned influencer, a new profession. How often is the internet abuse reported? Do you have any information about that? Great question. I know that it's reported in case of stalking and in case of creating of false identities, of some situations involving the identity of that person. I know that in these cases there were reports, but when it comes to the regular hate speech, I don't know, I'm not sure. What I know for sure is that journalists in 1/4 of cases experience some sort of threats and attacks. This is what's bad about being a female journalist. On the upside, they do have some sort of legal help. They do have their editors who's backing them. But women who are in the digital sphere do not have that experience, do not have that assistance. They are independent. They do not have their own little team. And this is the space where we can perhaps do something. How to educate these independent women about how to react in these cases. This is the space that needs improvement. Journalists or activists, they do have this knowledge, they do have their team backing them, but also the intensity of threats is not different, but attacks on journalists have more echo. They do have a somewhat more privileged position in the society in relation to their, if I may say so, influencers. So this is what's interesting, but I would like to say that all this is less important in comparison to the crucial problem in this country, and this is pornography.
Zato što je sve ovo jeste važno, jeste bitno, ali mislim da taj problem...
Revenge pornography is a huge problem in our country that is really a hot, burning issue. Brankica, you wanted to add something? Yes, I would just like to comment on what Branislav said. Revenge porn is a crucial topic. I insist in the media that a special act of crime should be introduced into the law. Revenge porn is not an adequate term. It's actually a sexually explicit content that is published in the media. I think that it's very important to deal with it and to put an end to it. Before internet, I hadn't known how much the patriarchate in Serbia is prominent. Internet has a privilege or something else to actually destroy people's life under the veil of anonymous publications. So this is another topic that I don't want to open now. Thank you very much, Angela. We made a fantastic opening to this topic. I wanted you to put some light onto something that Brane mentioned. There's a lot of possibility given to people to speak freely, but also there's a lot of abuse. There's also encrypted communication, which is of paramount importance for every research journalist. Nevertheless, using different applications such as Telegram, we can also talk about the difference between Signal and Telegram. What are your insights in your research work, in your journalist work? What can you tell us about the future of what Brankica mentioned? What about anonymous users, and what about the abuse of anonymous users? Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be on this panel with these two wonderful panelists. Yes, the topic of anonymous users has brought a lot to every journalist, to research journalists and to every other journalist, but it brought also many problems. I would like to say something about the campaign that the Commissioner mentioned.
My body is my body in the actual and the digital world, and this is a perfect example as to the borderlineness of this topic, the topic that my body is my body in any world, any ecosystem. This is an unknown topic to all citizens in Serbia.
Tema koju su malo pre vaše sagovornice pomenule, a tiče.
And also the topic of revenge porn. This topic is completely confusing, unclear to people. I have listened to a survey. They asked citizens, do they know what is revenge porn? Do they believe it's a problem? Most of them said, well, I'm not sure. Young people take a lot of photographs. Why women are taking photos? They should pay attention, etc., etc. Again, this old narrative that we have heard through other forms of patriarchal behavior towards women, where victims are always to blame, and the perpetrators of this violence, digital violence, are never to be held accountable. So in the last 2.5 years, I dedicated myself to writing and reporting, researching the omnipresence of revenge porn, which is basically digital violence, gender-based violence, which destroys lives, as the Commissioner said. And several of my studies have shown that we have currently in Serbia a systemic problem, and this is that a new type of partnership control and relation of women by men is accessible to anyone. Most men that take part in this believe that they can control and blackmail their girlfriends, former or present, by taking photos of them without their consent or with their consent, and then blackmail them and shame them publicly, etc. And another disturbing thing is the fact that during the survey I did, my study, that we can see the face of this patriarchal relation toward women. The fact that I focus myself on Telegram, just one application, we can count 70,000 people in one group that share on daily basis footage and pictures of women, that are looking for and buying of intimate pictures and videos of women and girls, and do not see anything bad in it. They do not comprehend that this is digital violence. They think that it's a borderline case, because they can enjoy, what I said at the beginning, anonymity. And Telegram as an application has given, well, a safe haven to Serbia, to men in most cases, to think that they can share nude pictures or videos and destroy the lives of dozens of women by hiding behind an anonymous profile. Unfortunately, due to the situation in which we find ourselves, this is not a criminal offense. According to the law, women and girls online are not safe, and our neighbors in Croatia have incriminated this criminal act, this activity, Montenegro 3 years ago. This year, we are still waiting when our law will, well, update itself and understand that there is a trend of digital sexual violence against women, which is a massive one, not only among girls, young girls. I had the opportunity to speak to many women that have been victims of so-called revenge porn. It happens in all generations, in an enormous number of cities in Serbia. There are small groups in Bor, Zaječar, different towns, cities in Serbia, and in these groups, women are targeted. So I think that this anonymity has given a new possibility for people to feel safe, to harass and intimidate digitally women. It might be just a click. In reality, it leaves consequences which are unheard of for these people.
Angela, could you please tell us if you have a recommendation how we can protect ourselves in these circumstances? And also, if you could tell us how you felt when you were a part of the Telegram group. I know that you were one of the girls who infiltrated a Telegram group, and that you said that the number of the group was larger than the number of citizens in that city. How did you feel? As far as the recommendation is concerned, the main recommendation to all girls and women who wants to consume internet and who do not want to be subjects of any kind of censorship is to be cautious above all. And I'm saying it not because I think it's a solution, but because there's no way to protect them, at least legally. We can use some sorts of technologies that internet provides for us, For instance, these are the platforms Stop Image-Based Violence. This is the platform where you can upload your intimate photos and to receive a barcode. So you can only share the photos with, let's say, your partner if you have the barcode. In that way, that photo won't be able to leak. If you doubt that it actually leaked, the platform, thanks to that barcode, can take the photo down from the internet. It can delete it from the internet. Instagram and Facebook have also that platform. One of the problems is that, for instance, Telegram does not want to participate in this initiative. And there are companies that don't want to monitor revenge pornography or child pornography, which is massive in this platform. So women should keep enjoying their sexuality with their partners, but they should not constantly fear of potential publication of these videos or photos. They should not fear that people from their surrounding might see these photos or videos. The work on this topic was something new for me and for all the journalists. This sort of exposure to pornographic materials. This was not easy to watch it for months, for years, especially given how people approach these applications. But this is the opportunity for journalists and for researchers to be educated about this topic. They should be educated how to deal with these materials. I actually saw details of personal lives of people in these groups. Details that should have never been exposed and published. This is not something that should be talked about in a sensationalist way. One of the biggest national media in Serbia says, shocking, sensational, 70% of men enjoys women. This is a pure sensationalist title. So within the media, there's a lot of room for improvement and for knowledge how to report on this. Being exposed to such graphic contents is not what an everyday work life should look like. It's important to say that not only photographs of these women are published, there are also photos of women that were photographed unbeknownst to them. Mothers, sisters, cousins were photographed. So this is not the problem of women that sent their nude photos to someone. And this is exactly the argument used for the relativization of this problem. Let's not forget the deep fake technology that can put each and every one of us on such a photograph. But deep fake is not interesting. They want originals. So we actually depend on their likes and dislikes. So Angela, thank you for everything that you have done. I have to mention the girls from the group Osnažene, the reinforced ones. They filed a large number of reports, but no response has yet been received. Very often there are photos of minor girls, of someone's daughters that are used for the revenge to their parents. This is the horrible, horrible story that we should react upon.
Thank you. We are sticking to the time and we are nearing the end. Some conclusions were made, and we have seen that we have always to bear in mind the context, educate ourselves and educate others as much as possible, to be solidary as women and men, to think as to whether laws should be amended. We concluded that absolutely they should, but we'll initiate this. And do you want to add anything? I would like to say that there is a possibility to enjoy legal protection under the current penal code. Well, it enables protection, though the criminal offense is not prescribed, if there is the goodwill and the sensitivity of the public prosecutor, if there is willingness, morality, and ethics, because we have to be aware how dangerous this crime is, like just as other forms of violence. We would already had a legal concept, but this is as if it's avoided. Now we have a situation that everything is better when this law is approved or if the penal code is amended, but we have been waiting for too long. Well, we have sent the initiative in 2021 for the first time. We are 3 years later. Now we are having a public discussion about it once again, because this issue should be regulated as soon as possible, because it's true that many women are suffering. It does not mean, and I use this as an argument because in the working group for drafting the penal code, we are not participating, actually, because we cannot, as an authority, but in discussions with members that are resisting, and there is a sexist approach, because not only women are those that can be victims of revenge porn, men can be too. I think that, well, when we take all this into consideration, I hope that the law will be adjusted. The most important thing, in my opinion, is not for us to persevere. Brana said that we have unlimited room for progress because we have a voice now with the internet to break all the taboos and to open all questions that have been tormenting women during centuries, even men. But now, at the same time, we have this fine-tuning struggle. And who knows what challenges and misconduct will happen and we will face in the future until we find a good solution to protect our human rights and dignity online. Before wrapping up, the girls from the association Empowered have really gathered considerable material. I communicated on this occasion with them and inquired with the positions of the prosecutor's office, so there's also an open invitation to do something about it. Thank you very much for your time. Angela, thank you for participating. See you on some other occasion. Thank you.
I don't know if we have time for a teeny tiny little question coming from the audience. We are not going to read online comments should they be inadequate. We've heard a remark that AI makes us empathy less. So what makes us feeling this lack of empathy? Bogdan initiated that topic, but platforms decision makers won't spare us from all this. Let's teach our children to love one another and to be respectful of others. Thank you for having spoken about this very difficult topic. I would like to ask now Slobodan and Anna to come to the stage. They will introduce a topic which is probably more optimistic, namely double transition, digital transition, green transition, and it is the perspective of the UNDP about this double transition in Serbia.
Okay, dobar dan.
Good day, my name is Sloba Markovic. I come from the UNDP. I'm here with a colleague of mine. Good day, Anna Midis-Radulovic. I will jump in later. Anna is the analyst for the circular economy. I'm the advisor for digital technologies. Today we will tackle a topic that we have already dealt with in the introductory part of our today's event. We will be talking about people who deal with this in practice. Can I please, yes, use the pointer? Thank you. If we talk about putting the green and the digital together, I would like to tell you briefly that the UNDP my pointer is not working. UNDP is the largest development agency active in over 170 countries and territories. It has been a development partner in Serbia for more than 35 years. We work on the objectives of sustainable development, including green transition and digital transition. What is very important for us is that we watch the green and digital transition as interconnected pathways essential for human and sustainable development. Essentially, as we heard this morning, digital technologies have the potential to address major global challenges and to achieve 70% of the objectives of sustainable development, such as climate change, environmental pollution, and the energy crisis. We cannot resolve all this without technology of communications. We worked with topics that intertwine these transitions. We supported the government of Serbia in designing and rolling out the government data center in Kragujevac, where energy efficiency was one of key goals by design. Then we had projects offering supports to different cities in Serbia, improving energy efficiency. We supported different services linked to intelligent agriculture, for instance. And besides these individual solutions, we worked with state institutions on the technology, for instance, the Atlas, Digital Climate Atlas of Serbia and Disaster Risk Registry to improve the resilience of the economy and society. We have a better overview as to how to better adapt to climate change. We will be talking about the program, which is linked to the Green Transition Project in Serbia. We have supported over 100 companies in Serbia helping them integrate different services and innovation in their work. They have to go towards green transformation and green economy. The teams you can see on the screen will participate in today's discussion. Our work has taught us that twin transitions often reinforce each other, but they also bring their own unique challenges that must be thought about, that must be addressed. Every time we put something new in the mix, we have to ask who has the access to internet. Does everyone know how to use internet? Are these systems well secured? Are they ethically tackled? So without further ado, I would like to say that just like all the topics we talked about today, green and digital transitions and challenges that come along are not something that can be improved by just one organization. So before presenting the solutions, I would like to invite you to connect with us if you find any of these topics interesting, if you have a solution to offer, if you know someone who wishes to participate in the green transition or who wishes to participate in the circular economy or green transitions, can go to the address Zelena Agenda EU za tebe RS. We offer expert support, financial support, and we want to discuss ideas and potential collaboration. That's all that I wanted to say in this introductory part. And now I'm going to pass to the more interesting part of this panel.
Thank you for this introduction. I will invite our guests to take their seats. Nikola Ribarić, Marija Nikolić, Aleksandar Milić, and Jelena Kljajić.
Ja ću vam dati pointer, a ovo je...
So these are 5 representatives of teams supported of the total of 150 through the competition and similar competitions. We are trying to encourage representatives of different sectors to improve the solutions that provides public services, EE, energy supply, or industrial processes by the means of digital technology. So I want to present Nikola Ribarić, the CEO of EKG Infodata, a company from Kragujevac, to tell us about his technology that runs in Kragujevac. Our company is a public company. It was founded with the aim of improving digitization in Kragujevac. Established 3 years ago, we are into GIS, LoRaWAN system, keeping the municipal data center, improving the lives of the citizens in our city. We maintain different applications in the city, everything related to improving the quality of living in citizens, communication between the administration and the citizens. And the applications, of course, are twofold. GIS is one of the important elements and businesses that we engage in. It's important for the LoRaWAN system because it enables setting devices on the territory of the city of Kragujevac in order to cover the whole territory of the city. And the pilot project LoRaWAN entails building infrastructure, waste management, and preventing floods and early warning system. I will try to stick to the time imparted to me and to go through the components. The architecture of this network consists of several key elements. The gateways that receive data from the LoRaWAN devices, and they can also send data. The network servers processing the data, and also LoRaWAN network is a public network. It's made with the intention to be commercially provided for different stakeholders. LoRaWAN network was installed in Kragujevac on all the sites used by EKG Infodata. When we were placing the system, we placed them on public buildings and institutions managed by the city. On such sites, well, tall buildings that are powered by electricity, although gateways use very little energy. So we want to improve this going forward to see whether the gateways can have an independent power supply, solar panels and batteries. This is very important. It's not subject to the law on planning and construction, so it's less complicated to install them. As for network servers, they are set and connected to the LoRaWAN network, and they use 4G mobile network where every gateway has a SIM card and the adequate package for online access. So these are the locations or the sites of the LoRaWAN gateway. And we try to cover the territory of the whole of the city, and this is how they are placed on the territory of the city. The switch, the control board in our, it's actually a managing board. I'm not sure how to translate it. And from the logistics center, we observe all the gateways in the city. One of the project is waste management in the city. So meters that measure the level of waste in the containers are measured in the city center in order to optimize the disposal of litter in Kragujevac in order to reduce pollution, costs of the utilities, and when you make a program of removal of the garbage, if in a part of the city there is not enough litter, you skip this part of the town and you follow the situation and you schedule the removal of litter differently. This is installed in one street, the busiest street in Kragujevac, and the narrowest street, in order to gauge the efficiency of the project. Also, we have flood alarms, because we are seeing climate changes. Rains are not what they used to be. Kragujevac has several channels and a river. They often flood. We have set meters in certain places in the city to follow the level of the water when there is rainfall. So we can have early warnings to the population, other services and utilities in Kragujevac that there might be the overflooding of certain rivers in the city. Also sensors of landslides, which are operating similar to the previous project, and most importantly, we keep improving the system. So going forward, by the end of the year, we'll start developing a smart parking together with NALED in Kragujevac. So this is improving the smart parking and the LoRaWAN system in Kragujevac. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was really very efficient. Now I'd like to ask Maria Nikolic to show us from the perspective of a successful startup how these elements can function. I come from the company Bitgear, and I will be talking about technological advancements, the optimization, the increase in profits. We are more aware of our influence on the environment. However, besides the fact that all this sounds great in practice, there are no all ready-made solutions that can be swiftly applied. Bitgear is a company founded in Belgrade in 2007. There are currently 30 employees, mostly engineers. We started like the company providing services for different clients, such as end-to-end product development for own needs and services, to clients' order, development and production of prototype devices, development of hardware and embedded firmware. But now we have 2 new products: I/O Element solutions for digital and circular transformation. This is where we got the aid from UNDP. These are systems that work in the same way, but that are adaptable for different usages. As a matter of fact, we started from LoRaWAN sensory devices, and the project for the city of Kragujevac that you presented was developed by us. So these LoRaWAN devices can be powered by batteries, and these data can easily be transferred to our offices and become readable to basic users who can get knowledge about some remote, problematic or numerous locations. The main advantages of these systems is that they show the immediate results and data about the situation in the field. They reduce energy, they save resources, they can be used for surveillance and access control at remote locations, for the improvement of the waste management process, and for the surveillance of different types of buildings. It's a simple device that can be adapted to a concrete user. They can be easily repaired. So the operational work is simplified. The user obtains all the information immediately required, and he has all the information about what's going on in the field. All the statistical data are also possible to be taken out of the acquired data. We have amongst our users utility companies, waste management companies, recycling companies, smart cities. We enriched our device. So beside different sensors for humidity, light, presence, we improved the technology, and our device has now a camera too. It can also acquire GPS data, which open new possibilities of application. What we wanted to achieve is the waste collection control. We did a project with large containers. We are now improving our solution so that the entire system can be used within the smaller systems available in the cities. Like a company, we have been recognized by WIPO IP Enterprise. We got a medal in 2022. We had a wonderful cooperation with UNDP, and we create smart systems that can be used in different spheres. Thank you very much, Maria. Now I'd like to ask Nikola Bandukam from Kragujevac, who will present another startup. Nikola should join us online. He's here.
Nikola will present a solution which, by applying AI, is into reducing industrial wastage when in the auto industry. And Nikola, so you have the floor. Thank you. I will share my screen. So do tell me when you see the presentation, whether it's working. We see it. You see the slides, yes? So I will present to you our startup. We were established in 2021. It's called Digital Leather Ltd. And we are revolution in controlling the quality of industrial leather by applying AI. So I have with me my colleague, Katarina Tomic. She is into computer vision in our company. The problem, the challenge that we are trying to address is the overall quality control of industrial leather is human dependent, and the average accuracy of the operator is 78%. The average preciseness impacts the usage of industrial leather and the wastage, and the current usability rate is 66%. The rest is, scrap. So the level of usage is key for the leather industry because it's throwing money through the window, and also the creation of wastage. Our revolutionary solution is based on the hardware and software, based on AI again. Hardware consists, as you can see, of industrial chamber and the vacuum table. The leather is placed on this table to equalize it. Then you close the chamber. You push the button for lighting. You make an internal environment. You make photos of the industrial leather. The operator gets as the output a finished defective piece where you have measured the defect. So the average accuracy rises over 90% by applying the artificial intelligence, and the user rate increases by 10%, reducing wastage, waste leather. This influences the development of business, the social concept, technology, environment. The benefits that we would have is reducing the number of animals killed, only for leather, more than 1 billion, reducing the big quantity of wastage leather, saving money, reducing the number of operators per process, enormous saving of time in quality control, and it's 4.0 compatible. So I will present you the plan of our solution. So we were established in 2021 by the Innovation Activity Fund of Serbia in a mini-grant program. In 2022, we made the first MVP prototype, P122, which can discover and classify defects, 74% of accuracy, and digitization surface area 300 to 500 square millimeters. After that, we have drawn several conclusions, and last December we were funded by UNDP. The project is still underway. The plan is, with this project, to improve the previous solution and create a product ready for market. So the goal is to have accuracy more than 90%, digitization surface area 800 by 800, and as opposed to the previous solution, we can make dimensional control of the defects. Also, we can do digitization on both sides. And also, we enjoy the support to discover all foreign particles, foreign elements in industrial leather when digitizing it. In parallel, we make the scaled solution. It's at level 5 technological development. We are supported by the Innovative Activity Fund. And the difference with this solution is 2.2 times 2 meter, and we can digitize the whole leather. Our plan is to improve this scaled solution in the future, make a final product that would be at technological level 6, where in the pre-process we can do the optimization of leather and save quite a lot of industrial leather. Of course, we want to test the market in 2026 and to become a game changer in the leather industry, because this would be the first commercial solution in the market. We have a company that is supposed to help us, our partner in the project. They send us defective leather to, well, make our AI algorithms and practicing. Our market is the leather industry, but primarily interior leather for cars, because these are big series and mass production, and as we said, we do not have any competition on the market. As you can see, market saturation is 0 for more than 520,000 companies in the world. Huge market potential. Our solution, the business model thereof, is based on the sale of hardware and software products, where the price would be more than 550,000 per solution in initial purchase, where we would digitize all the projects of the buyer, and every new project would be sold additionally for a certain fee. Also, for a year or 3 years, only for saving waste leather, they could generate return on investment. The goal being to go to the market with the company Autostop in Turner. Of course, we have a business innovation center as a startup in Kragujevac. We would invite all partners and companies from the industry and want to participate in fairs also, especially of those of target groups. This idea is is operated by 9 engineers, highly educated and quality people. I'm the CEO. My colleague Katarina is the media CV engineer. Most of the colleagues are coders, and we have a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer. We want to change the whole industry of leather, of course, with our partners supporting us. Thank you. If you have questions.
Nicola.
Thank you very much, Nicola. We will leave the Q&A for the end of all these presentations. This was very useful. So thank you very much. We've heard this morning how AI could have a breakthrough in the agriculture. I'm really happy to hear that this is something that we work on. Alexander Milic from the Electrotechnical Faculty will tell us something about monitoring the power supply system. My name is Alexander Milic. It's an honor to be speaking on behalf of my faculty on the company Mitris about solid-state transformer. We wanted to respond to the project about circular economy by UNDP. Energy transformers are the most represented element in our electrical power system. There's a whole series of transformers that in an energy efficient and stable way allow us to transport the energy. Power transformer that you can see here goes from passive transformation of voltage levels and goes to many times less material for the same power available, thanks to small power plants and renewable energies on one side, and on the other, a large number of consumers. There are different types of problems. The production of transformers requires large quantities of steel, of iron. The transport of transforming oil can represent a problem too, and this is why I would like to underpin that this technology is obsolete and that we need to apply new concepts, and this is what we try to do with this project. We tried to create the solid-state transformer where we used electrical digital boards, reducing the quantities of hard materials. In comparison to the passive technology, we now have digital solution providing us with information in real time, not only about the work of the transformer, but with all the phases in the system. We developed 3 solutions, hardware and software, and while analyzing in the lab, both here and abroad, I wanted to emphasize that the solution is scalable and modular. It's not necessary to replace the entire transformer, but just one board. Furthermore, it's easy to come to a newer solution without drastic changes. The device weight is 10 times less compared to ET of the same power on the market. It has about 750 grams. The device is completely digitalized. We have all the real-time data, which enabled us to achieve energy efficiency and the quality of output voltage of the current. In the end, I'd like to thank my team from the electrotechnical faculty that worked with me in this initiative. Thank you very much, Alexander. We covered the management of the cities, power plants, and now we would like to illustrate that digital solutions can be used in agriculture, in renewing of eco-diversity.
Thank you.
Institut Mihajlo Pupin, u ime kog sam ja ovde danas, je sarađivao na...
So our institute has collaborated on a project still underway, supported by UNDP, with the company Bifrost. The colleague prepared the presentation, so I would not like to steal anybody's show here. Can I give some context? This is a project that's supported through the circular voucher. This is a public call where we encourage the cooperation of science and the economy. Nena Jovanovski is from Bifrost. Generally speaking, So simply, well, in this case, I don't have a presentation. I will try in a nutshell to tell you about the goal, generally speaking. And this is kind of improving digitization and smart agriculture in the sense of, this is what Bifrost does, making biodegradable flower pots from industrial weed. In robotics, our institute, Mihailo Pupin, we covered a part that's into just fragmenting, transporting earth in the flower pots. The idea being, in addition to the projects that the Institute already is doing, robotics together with UNDP, something in ecology, other things in agriculture. For example, I think someone mentioned during the presentation, our focus is something that we have made the prototypes on the Fair of Science and Technology in Belgrade. This is the implementation of collaborative robots in order to improve the whole process of seedlings. We wanted to develop a system that would cover the whole process from, as the focus is here, so fragmenting earth, dosage of earth, and putting earth in the flower pots where needed with a collaborative robot, so-called, and also monitoring the temperature, humidity, in order for the seed to be developed, to develop into a plant. Also, we have an idea to cover another sector in the domain of the AI, machine vision. More specifically, this is something that, well, results should arrive quickly. In order to recognize possible emergence of pathogens on the leaf. Also, the idea was, especially generally speaking, there are some specific plants that require specific care. This is a system that would enable precisely that. You can switch places, of course. Nana, do we have a couple of minutes? You can take the microphone. When it comes to the project,
these robots were the starting point for our cooperation. Together with the Institute Mihailo Pupin, we saw that these elements were complementary. They can help us not only with the dosage of soil, but also of our materials. So we used plants to use our pots. What happens, actually, the hemp lets us create the pot and is at the same time biodegradable. With 1 kilogram, we extract more than 1 kilogram of CO2 from the atmosphere. If we talk about the injection processing, we need to granulate materials, and during that process we started losing some properties. So basically the production process was optimized and the material was economized. The project optimized the granulating process. We were able to see how to best do it all the while preserving its properties. The Institute Mihailo Pupin gave us expert support in the improvement of our production process. Furthermore, and what's the most important, is these new elements put on our production lines. What actually we wanted to do is to make food packages, but we are still waiting for that. The certification process is ongoing. We are currently acquiring all the permits and licenses. In winter, in the second part of October, we will be on the market, and you can expect our promotional campaign. Thank you very much, Nenad. Thank you very much to all representatives of innovation teams. Thank you very much for the time that you respected, and I hope that you were able to understand that digital technologies can be used in different fields in green transitions. We had representatives of academic society, of civil society, and in agriculture, and I hope we will be able to improve our cooperation in future. Are there any questions, perhaps? I have two short questions about the digital transformer. What is the longevity of it in comparison to the classical transformer, and what is its power? Yes, according to our possibilities, we developed a transformer of 10 kilowatts, and we did make a prototype for the needs of additional analysis. It requires serious financial resources, and we are currently unable to upper its strength. As far as the longevity is concerned, for the powers we are currently using it, it is approximately at the same level as the classical transformer. On the higher distributive level, the longevity would probably be shorter because of different restrictions that pertain to transformers. Traditional technology would have an advantage there.
Gde se parkirao?
Prvi put, drugi put. Ne, to je to. Ne znam.
I'm not sure if we have something to wrap up, or are we finishing the panel? Yes, we are. So briefly, I want to add that the influence of these solutions are much more effective than traditional technologies. While we were reading this project, making a seedling, it used to take half an hour. Now it's a couple of them in 10 minutes. The saving of material is times 10. So energy saving 15%. So with small digital intervention, we can exert incredible influence. So this is really something to look forward to.
Hvala vam svima na učešću.
Thank you for participating. And to wrap this up, we have another inspirational lecture which needs to be heard, although of course we left it for the end. Vasily Milnovic, the Center for Science of the University Library Svetozar Marković, will speak about digital, humanistic and e-science. Would you rather stand, sit or be moving? I have a presentation. I see that, well, we are short with time. I would just go through it quickly. Can you hear me? Yes? Well, when you speak about culture and science, it's not that interesting. Of course, it should be the opposite, because without content to put online, all the nice things are to no avail. So if you do not have adequate content to put it, and this content should always be consulted by human sciences scientists. I'm at the helm of the Center for Science of the University Library. This is a place where different projects end up. They are not always related to the library, but also to different members of the Belgrade University. But, well, it happened that most often we are working with different social sciences and social science faculties. So I will mention several specific projects that are related to this topic. I'm extremely interested in the functioning of such an organization, or ICANN. Of course, from my academic perspective, because it seems to me that there is a small gap in understanding, and this is not good. This gap should be filled in, and we expect from the new generations to fill it. And there is also mistrust by the professors, and that is why, hence the subtitle, Fear of the Old Professor from Change, which do not understand, the old professors, what is happening technologically. I'm coming from this building, 100 years old, very soon to be, and this is on top of its regular activities. It's a project-oriented institution, which is atypical for Serbian culture institutions. And of course, we have many, many projects from the Belgrade University. This is something that we did lately, which is related to the library. Why old professors have that fear? Because something that they call change of ways. There is a major fear from this in science, in arts, all life sciences, and we could have seen this when some specific projects that I will mention were to be implemented. So when someone says canon, one can think of the photo. Also, canon means canon. Well, of course, it has a religious origin. Of course, most often we are speaking about two uses of this term in religion and culture and arts. Certain canons in certain hierarchy exist also in science. Here, we want to speak about culture. They say that this is the first usage. Levite, a book mentioning Mona Lisa for the first time as an extraordinary, unspecific project. Also, you had different anthological books from Serbia tradition, etc. But it was observed that tradition and canons were determined by dead white males, and that there is many more layers that should be studied. And that is why a modern professor from Harvard, David Ambrosch, is proposing that in the two-tier model, something which is canon and counter-canon, to have 3 layers, have hyper-canon, counter-canon, something that would be a corrective factor, a corrective line, avant-garde, and canon of shades, the authors that are important for professors but not for their students. And you have different new things, among other things, digital life sciences, and fear is growing because people do not know what it is. and there are many definitions of digital life sciences. They mark two things. It's always an interdisciplinary activity. Today, in no science there is a serious outcome not achieved in this way, and also you have digital technologies involved, sources, methods in research in life sciences. Another key term, distance reading. This is Franco Moretti, an Italian professor, which was the first to apply distance reading to literature studies, and then with other areas, distant reading. This is the use of machine or computer methods for analyzing big literature collection of texts.
What is the advantage? Well, it's everything that a machine can do while reading that a human cannot. And it supposes a cooperation between readers that has never been seen before. Also, language technologies are important, but I'm not going to talk about that a lot. We need to adapt our language to the environment. If we do not do that, something else will do it, someone else will do it, and we should not be surprised by the result of that work. When you put AI on top of it, the things become really very quick. One citizens association gave a suggestion, but one ministry actually refused it, saying that it is not a topic for small languages. Small languages invest incredible amounts of money into language technologies. We've been talking about that in workshops, giving examples of Israel, Iceland, Estonia, which invest incredible sums of money into technologies. These are just some of the examples of language technologies. Some of them are obsolete. There are generative models for the Serbian language. This one is not the biggest one anymore, but I have put some of the most blatant examples. The application is limitless in medicine, in law, wherever you wish. Another example is open science. I'm the representative of our country of something which is called European Open Science Club. The European Commission invests serious sums of money in open science. You have large corporation, although common people usually do not know them. Elsevier, for instance, is a large company possessing 3,000 of magazines. Open science is a sort of movement. It's an ecosystem that is based on 4 categories: quality and integrity, collective benefit, justice and fairness, diversity and inclusiveness. At the University of Utrecht, for example, they function purely within the scope of open science. You can't work there unless you accept the principles of open science. The big corporations and governments need to make the significant changes. I have given an example of the European Commission that invests large sums of money into science. A strategy will be published, the strategy until 2032. What else is on the horizon. Well, the young ones, youth power, will be here. Can you believe what kind of technology they will work with in 2070? I will give you an example of humanities, which was fantastically assessed and in which we participated, is the cost to action in the language science. It is still ongoing. The overall goal was to create a dynamic and diverse network of researchers who jointly developed the resources and methods necessary to change the way we perceive the literature, the so-called canons that I spoke about at the beginning. During the implementation, new participants can enter. This is how the Serbian language entered. In the end, we have about 20 European languages in it. Serbia was represented by the University Library and the Faculty of Philology. The results are very interesting, and the concrete goals were the novels in full text on which you were able to apply online digital tools.
The final number is much greater. The end goal is to see how this affects a canon. Well, time should have been respected. I have a PhD in literature, but when you are engaged in project, 3 times are important. One is boring, and this is paperwork, a lot of paperwork. And what's great is you travel, you meet new people. In this time, Serbian literature has a problem. We needed 100 novels. We didn't have them in that period. But we had something which are called novels, but in Serbian, not novels in the US English. These are long stories, which also exist in other countries. We were asking the consortium to give us the possibility to put these long stories in, and they found a technical solution. They said at least 10,000 words. Perhaps this is the best solution, and hence this gentleman could have, from the picture, made part of our core literature, which involves 120 novels. Now it's much more, of course. And, of course, in addition to time, it was important for the papers to be and the books to be of different authors, that you have female authors and different degrees of canonicity, not only famous writers, but others that are less famous and perhaps unknown. These are female authors in that period. Of course, every text was equipped by added values of all this metadata, individually structuring elements of text apart in the foreign language can be particularly expressed. You can really do everything. You have a link to a mutual catalog, you have Wikipedia. This whole content can be found in several places. I like to point the platform to cost action, because you can see other collections, not only Serbian ones, so you can see how well we did this job. The Serbian collection was among the 6 collections that was singled out. Huge success. You expect this from German literature, French or English, but in terms of small literatures, it's a great success for Serbia. And now also you try to make the pipeline to go from project to project. We started with small projects which helped us to implement the big one, such as distant learning. Practically from that moment on, when distant reading ended, the Serbian collection was at the very top of the whole thing. The home screen Next project, again funded by the Ministry of Culture, distant reading, continuation of digitization and processing. The next project within the sustainability of the project, workshops of digital humanities, great interest in the university library, film in Kragujevac. So we are working non-stop on this. This is a project which is now underway in the scope of the Ministry of Culture support related to the cost action. Of course, what is a process? That means that you have an interdisciplinary team where the university library is very good, and in a short time, this team can be gathered to include experts for digitization, from IT, and for metadata, etc. All of them in one place. This is really precious. And libraries can be big allies. The goal is to make some kind of Serbian Gutenberg. So can digital humanities undermine the canon? I can't wait. E-science is a project you have all heard about, big one, backed by the Ministry of Science of Serbia. The essence being to follow up on scientific papers and achievements in Serbia. Everything started in a way that's did not consult the libraries. For example, here's an example how you should always consult libraries. The libraries have entered the whole project and changed it, not completely, but we did affect certain things.
It turned out that people who work in libraries are the greatest allies of this project. If we talk about people's engagement and if we talk about other elements. So these three were put into the service of e-science. The data were clearer if taken out of these three. This is the proposal that still has not been adopted. Ours in the Web of Science. So first of all, this should be entered into the COBIS and then into the e-science. It is time-consuming. However, if you take them directly, you can have the so-called dirty data, which is not good for science in general, and it's not good for the Serbian science. I will skip this now. I will just tell you that we offered 2 packages to all scientific systems. We wanted to give them everything or to do everything for them. The Institute for Mining and Metallurgy in Bo decided that we enter all the information on their behalf. What is also very important and which was already mentioned is the undermining of empathy due to AI. I am in favor of AI. I'm not against it, but we should improve critical thinking. I'm representative of humanities, and it's important to nurture critical thinking, which will be increasingly important in the future. This is my obligation in capacity of someone who works at the university library. We have a project that we care about dearly. Its implementation has already started. It is about the migrant inclusion. It's a huge project supported by the European Commission. It's a project. We've been implementing it with people from Utrecht and Siena, people from Utrecht, that's the university I've just mentioned. Each partner has to have a network of local partners. Our partners are actually Commissioner for Protection of Equality, Commissariat for Refugees, and so on. This will be the topic in the upcoming period. This is my message for the young. Don't ever wait to ask permission to lead. You just lead, and you will be supported. Here is where you can find me, and thank you for your attention. Vasilia, thank you very much for this lecture. IGF has this format, lightning talk, inspiring stories. Unfortunately, we did not have a large audience for this lecture, but if someone wants to come to the stage with their recommendation or comments, I have several ideas thanks to this lecture, so we will probably be able to talk more and to cooperate further. If we do not have anyone, oh, we do. Please. Hello, my name is Nastya Preradović-Vešić. I should introduce myself. I've lived 6 years in Italy. I came back to Serbia a few days ago. I'm investing in startups. I'm a physical chemist, and I wanted to see how we perceive AI. I wanted to see the quality of discussions. This has been the first conference I've attended since I came here. It was really very interesting for me. The last lecture was one of the better ones. This was all well organized. The quality of discussion is excellent. The only thing I'd like to say, as there have been a few startups, the lectures should be adapted for larger public. There were people who were unable to understand. There were slides prepared for investors and not for general public. So you should simplify, purify your presentations.
So thank you for these comments and thank you for your observations. It's nice to hear someone that did not leave the country in global topics. So thank you for your insights and your comment and your fact that someone came to talk on an open mic. If there are no other interested participants, I can only thank you all that followed us online and offline, people that participated in the organization, preparing the program of the event, and to invite you for the following IGF Serbia 2025, and you will be informed on time or on the time and place of the event.